go ahead and get started. I hope everybody out there is doing well today. I'm going to keep the camera off for just a little bit while we're building this new campaign. Before we get started, I wanted to say a quick thank you to OK Pick Australis. Thank you for following when the stream wasn't even on. I really appreciate that. And then also over on the YouTubes, thank you very much to the new subscribers that we have over there. I really appreciate it. You guys are great. But let's go ahead and jump on in. I know I don't have a lot of people watching right now, but if anybody has anything they want to chime in or ask questions about, anything like that, I'm more than happy to try to help. So this is going to be on the 11.26 nightly version 50.10. Hopefully sometime this week, the developers will be able to... Yes! Ileani, thank you for joining. She says, I'm hoping you get Berserker in your starting lineup. We shall see. So I'm running version 50.10, nightly 11.26, the most recent one. We're really hoping the devs are able to get the development version of 50.10 out here pretty soon. And just in anticipation of that, let's go ahead and just jump on in. So we'll start a new campaign. Boop. Go ahead and let it load on up. So unlike last campaign, we are not going to be using the beginner settings. We're going to be jumping in with veteran settings. And while we're building this, I'm going to go through a couple of the new settings that are available as well. I'm not going to go through everything. I'm going to do some more in-depth stuff on YouTube, doing some more in-depth and specific kind of tutorial kind of things if somebody needs those. And those should be coming out over the next couple of weeks as I have days off. So when MegaMek loads up, you'll get this screen. For anybody who has problems with small screens, you might notice your window starts down like this. Just pull it up. Whoops. Pull it up. Make it smaller. And you can always scroll and look at the things. So when you click the drop down, you're going to notice a few things that you were already aware of. So new player preset. This kind of makes things a lot easier. Doesn't have a lot of the more advanced settings. For anybody who's newer to the Battletech campaign, this is a good place to start out. And there is no problem, no shame, no anything like that in playing an entire campaign with those settings if that's what you want to do. Veteran player playset, this is essentially what's recommended for most people if you've ever read through any of the rules, if you want a little bit more of a challenge, if you want kind of that more managerial experience. If you want a happy mixture, the devs were nice enough to add this one. So arcade mode, which is kind of a nice mix of both worlds. It has the veteran difficulty settings, but a lot of the more or less necessary things with role-playing or some of the other things that make like healing harder. This puts things a little bit closer to how I would describe it as how things were back around 50.0 in terms of what all of the extra things were. So you're not going to have a lot of the additional role-playing stuff, but you still get a lot of the benefit of the newest version of MekHQ. Then, of course, you have strict campaign operations. If you want that, you certainly can. And then tabula rasa, again, just a different setting. I don't know anything about that. So we're going to do veteran player preset, and I am going to hit customize. There are a few things that I like to change or that I am going to change for this particular campaign. So first thing, this one will get you every time if you're not a little careful. The default starting date is 31/51, which I'm not personally a huge fan of, but you got to pick a date, and that's as good of a date as any. When you select, you can pick any era that you want to, whether it's the very beginning of the dawn of Battletech in the Age of War, and the only thing rolling around is a Mackie. Tabula Rasa is the blank slate preset. It's the preset for people who don't want to use a preset at all. Thank you. So Age of War, if you want to roll around with Mackies and things like that right when they were brand new, go for it. Star League, early succession, late succession. And when you click on these, it'll also bring up a subsection. So for each one of these, it's broken up into subsections. So we're going to go ahead and jump in with the Battle of Decade, or however you say it. So for those of you that don't know the lore, in 3051, the clans invaded, and they were just absolutely demolishing everybody in the Inner Sphere, and actually caused most of the Inner Sphere to band together for the first time since the beginning of the Succession Wars, in order to combat these unknown invaders who had better weapons, who had better tactics, who were just very aggressive and demolishing everybody's forces. And they essentially were able to finally band together, use some pretty dirty tactics against the clans. And it came down to the Battle of Decade, where they made a bargain with the Ilkhan, who essentially they said, look, if we win this fight, you guys cannot attack us for 10 years. If you guys win, then fine, you keep invading, you keep doing your thing, and we'll just do our best. And they won. And so the clans had to honor that agreement and had to stop the fight for like 10 years. Okay, so unit name, we're going to call this the Billion Brigade. The goal of this campaign is going to be for us to get to 1 billion C-bills with the ability to transport everything ourselves. So we need a jump ship, we need at least one drop ship, if not more, and we need 1 billion credits in the bank with no debt. That is the goal. We're going to go ahead and just go with the default camouflage. If you did not know, the recommended readings are down here. Do you have to read them all in their entirety? No. Should you have a familiarization with the basic rules of Battletech? Absolutely. If something doesn't make sense within MekHQ, read campaign operations. If you don't know what it looks like, then I was going to have this pulled up before and then I forgot. Whoops. If you don't know what it looks like, the cover looks something like that. You can get it from a lot of different places. Drive-through RPG, you can get it directly from Catalyst. You can go to your local gaming store. They will all probably have a copy available for you. All right, so for things that I like to change, I'll go through those. If you are at all confused when you're going through these things and you're like, man, what's new, what's not new? You can always go back to the front page, the general page. There is a nice, handy thing that tells you what things are. Look out for the purple stars. These are all the things that have been added since 50.07. So 50.07 was the last development release. 50.08 and 50.09 are the lost era. They don't exist. Don't look for them. You'll be really sad. So things that have changed within the human resources. You can now make it so that for your vehicles, infantry, and battle armor, you only use the stats for the commanders. So you're not sitting there trying to get 28 dudes in an infantry platoon, all be elite, and then one of them dies, and you got to get an ultra green dude in there. And you're just like, why? Why is this happening to me? Now you can make it so only the commander stats matter. And you can continue to level up all the other people so that when the commander dies, okay, great, now we're not totally hosed, but the commander stats are the ones that matter, which I'm a huge fan of personally. Awards, not a whole lot changed here. You can still do auto-enabling awards. They have not gotten the auto promotion stuff put in just yet, but hopefully soonish. Next up, there are some really fun new changes that are happening with the medical side of things. So you can now use MASH theaters. These are mobile hospitals that are taken with you from one location to another. So you need to have doctors. The doctors need to be there to do their job. But the doctors also need some place to work. They don't work in a vacuum. They need a place to work, and those are your MASH theaters. You have a default MASH theater capacity. Additionally, you've got an alternative mode that essentially it'll use the hit locations from a Time of War companion, and then it makes things harder. So there's no more, oh, you have a compound fracture. You will be healed in one day. Congratulations, go forth and conquer. No. A compound fracture takes a long time to heal. In the real world, if you're playing sports, you're shut down for 3 to 6 months minimum with any kind of a significant fracture like that. Here, they were actually fairly nice to us, and it's only like 45 days. Not bad. Easy alternative is just less recovery time, and then random diseases. This is where now when you go from one location to another, there is the ability for your characters or for your people to get diseases. One that I saw that was really fun was, I think they had an outbreak of chlamydia in their campaign, which was hilarious. So inoculate your people, folks. Vaccines are in fact important. That is medicine. Not a whole lot else changed in terms of personnel. We're going to keep all of that default. The biography stuff, you do get some veterancy awards. You get coming of age special abilities, and then you also get coming of age roleplay skills, which is just fun to look at. Background's not a whole lot changed. Death, nothing changed. Education, nothing changed. You can ignore the roles in terms of portraits. I don't care one way or the other. Rank system hasn't changed since like the 40s. I think that was everything with that. Relationships, nothing changed there. Marriage, nothing changed there. Procreation, they did add random sexuality. So you can have a chance that some of your characters will be homosexual, some of your characters will be bisexual. If you don't like that, then just change those settings. It's fine. Turnover and retention. So for fatigue, they did make one change where if you get to 9 fatigue, you are automatically undeployed from the area of operations. Or if you're not using area of operations, then you are automatically just undeployed from whatever you're doing. You're essentially non-deployable until your fatigue drops down. Turnover, nothing really changed. And then salaries, nothing changed. Advancement, not a whole lot going on here. I think they're going to be adding a few new SPAs either in this version or the next version, one of the two. Not a whole lot new there. Just clicking through to make sure I didn't miss anything, but otherwise not a whole lot there. Abilities, these are coming out of a time of war for the most part. There are a few unofficial things that have come off of the forums and other locations as well. You can choose to toggle whatever you want on and off. It's just your game. You play this game how you want to. That is one of the great powers of MekHQ, is that there are a ton of options, and it can be very daunting and overwhelming. But you get to make it the game that you want to make it. Moving on to logistics. So acquisitions, you can use a functional appraisal. If enabled, your procuring characters will make an unmodified appraisal check. Each margin of success or failure will decrease or increase the cost of the purchase by 2.5%. This affects purchasing parts, refit kits, and units acquired outside of the unit market. So essentially, if your target number is a 4 and you roll a 10, then you get 15% off. I'm down with that, but it also kind of works against you too. If your target number is a 9 and you roll a 2, then the next time you try to get it, it's going to be more expensive. And then also, no longer while you are in jump space can you just suddenly magically have things delivered, should you so decide. One thing I like to change is I do change this to weeks instead of months. If I'm only looking for one system away, which I am, we're only looking one system away. We see that in the next one. Boop. So one jump away, then it doesn't take that long to get things. You're talking 10, 12 days for things to get out to you. So it would make sense for weeks and not months. Otherwise, nothing new within planetary acquisitions and tech limits. Also, nothing new. We will play on experimental, which means there will be a broader range of things that are available to us. Maintenance and repairs. So, yes, we will keep maintenance. We'll have the normal maintenance cycles, and we won't have any modifiers that we are using. So it will be a little bit more difficult. And if you didn't know, in the previous, so the green stars are, okay, so fun fact, in the glossary, there's an entire entry that explains why it's months. It's something like delivery times. Oh, neato. I'm still doing weeks. I believe you. And I'm happy that we have a good reason for it being months. I like my game being weeks. Yes, I am a coward. So sue me. Maybe I'll make my life harder later. Okay, where was I? Operation, logistics, maintenance, repairs, all that jazz. Okay, operations. So here's where a few additional things may have changed as well. So when you go into a contract, you need to be able to heal your people. You need to be able to feed your people. You need to be able to take care of any prisoners that you may obtain in one way or another. And you need to also have a place to repair all of your stuff. So if you don't have a MASH truck or a MASH facility, if you don't have a place for doctors to do work, you have to rent it. And you have to do that at the beginning of your contract. Otherwise, every time somebody gets hurt, you're just SOL. So that is what it costs for each month if you're going to rent those things. A field kitchen, you can feed up to 150 people with a field kitchen. That's how much it costs per month if you're going to rent it. Prison guards, all of those things, that's how much it costs. And maintenance base, that's your cost per week. So maintenance base per week covers the cost of renting a maintenance bay for a day. Rental opportunities are provided when changing a unit site to facility maintenance. Alternatively, 20 times this value can be paid to rent factory conditions. Maintenance and factory conditions rentals are always available while off contract, but only available while on contract if the contract is garrison type. So anything that ends in duty, except for relief duty. And so if you don't want that to even be available, set it to 0. And then we have to pay for all the things. Price multipliers, hasn't changed. Markets. So there are a couple things here. Two-way pay. So if you are always returning to Galatea, then great. You can turn this on. Then you get paid for your trip out and your trip back. Otherwise, it's a one-way trip, which I think a lot of people play Battletech, or at least MegaMek, MekHQ, in the way where you go to a place, you do your job, you sit there, you get another contract, you go to the next place. And you do that over and over and over. Now then, this one right here, use CamOps Salvage. This is huge. So this completely changes the way that Salvage is done. Previously, in 50.07, 50.06, every other time, if you're getting salvage in a contract and you get done with the scenario, you come out of the scenario, you say what mechs were or were not completely destroyed, you see how many hits your mech warriors took, and then the very next page, you have actually I have a screenshot of it. And then the very next page, it looks like this, right? So you've got a column for salvage, a column for sold, and a column for escaped. And you have how much your percentage you have versus what the maximum is. And if you go over, fine. Then you just have to pay a fee at the very end of it. It looks different now. And hopefully we get to that in this stream. But the long and the short of it is that you need to have resources and you need to have units available in order to be able to get the salvage. No more of just, hey, I would like that mech. It magically appears in my hangar. You need to have salvage crews that are available to go and grab that mech and bring it on back. And where they got this is out of the campaign operations book. If you want to know, it's on page 214 out of the most recent campaign operations edition. You can go there. It's 2 pages, not hard reading. The key difference is that you can only salvage entire things right now. So you can't go out and salvage specific components. You can go out and salvage entire things. So whether it's a vehicle, a mech, whatever the case is. But you go out, you grab it, you bring it back. And when that happens, if you have risky salvage, then every single time something is salvaged, you roll 2d6. You roll a 2, one of your techs takes 1d6 hits, and that is based on a hit location table for everything else. And if you have advanced medical on, that might be a debilitating injury. That might be some dude was trying to load up a winch or something like that, got his arm caught, and now he doesn't have an arm. Or something was booby trapped and they went boom, and now they like have an evisceration, 2 missing legs, like really bad things. But it's fun and it's interesting. It means that your techs can now get hurt. So enable Salvage Supervisor flag by default. So if enabled, all new characters will be generated with their Salvage Supervisor flag set to true. Only characters with the Salvage Supervisor flag enabled can participate in salvage operations. And then finally, bolster contract skill. The average skill of allies and enemy forces will increase by 1 level higher than listed in the random experience table. This was added because a lot of players found that this wasn't very challenging, or MekHQ wasn't as challenging as they were hoping. And this just because characters can get really, really skilled. I'm going to turn this off for right now, and we're going to turn this back on later. Me personally, I'm going to turn it off for right now. Yes, Ileani, you can make fun of me. That's fine. I can take it. I'll just cry myself to sleep a little bit later. Personnel, not a whole lot changed here. The market method. Now, if you weren't paying attention in previous versions, there are multiple market method styles. The MekHQ is, I find, much more superior than the old version. And if you haven't played around with it before, I really encourage you to. And then the unit market, I don't think that's changed in many, many years. For system, this hasn't changed at all, I don't think. Faction standing was present in the last version, and so now you can have standing between all the different factions, and that plays into what kind of contracts you get, what kind of pay you get, how much more likely they are to allow you to have salvage, or how much salvage, or any of those things. So the better your standing is with the faction, the better your compensation is. And if your faction hates you, then they're going to be like, we're going to barely pay you. You don't get anything. Just come do your job and go away. Same thing with reputation. Digital GM. Couple of things have changed here. So one of the really big ones. So StratCon rule set. StratCon is what we normally do. It's what we've been seeing. That's where you have the area of operations map. That's where you have that kind of force generation, as depending on what kind of a contract you have and what you're doing to explore and all that fun stuff. That is what has been primarily used for a while now. Mapless. So Against the Bot is officially retired as a 50.10. Against the Bot it doesn't really exist anymore. However, Mapless is essentially using all of the benefits of StratCon. It just takes away the map. So, hold on. One of the biggest changes to the unit market in 50.10 is, thank you. So dropships, jump ships, support vehicles, conventional infantry, and battle armor can all be acquired from the market. Thank you. I forgot about that. So when you are going to the next month, you'll see on your summary that 2 dropships are available this month, or 2 jump ship or 2 drop ships, or whatever the case is, 1 jump ship and 2 drop ships. And then you can go and you can take a look at those. And there's a separate button for looking at those things. And you can get all of your support vehicles through the unit market as well. And so you're not having to just go and individually buy those for the most part. Anyways, so back to the rule set. So Mapless is essentially you're Against the Bot with all of the advantages and benefits of StratCon. And then Mapless single drop. This is really good for if you're running a multiplayer campaign. I played around with it a little bit earlier, but essentially, if you're playing with a bunch of your friends, and each friend gets to have a lance that they're taking care of, that's who they're running, but they can't always be there. So you've got like 6 friends, you're doing almost like a West Marches campaign for Battletech, and 3 of your buds can be there. Okay, great. Next mission, you drop 1 primary lance and you put in 2 reinforcement lances, and in the Mapless single drop, reinforcements arrive at the same time and are always free. That way, all of your friends can jump into the game at the same time, and you don't have one person who's leading the charge, and then 12 turns later, because they brought, 3 awesomes, the other friend finally joins and everybody's dead. That's not fun for anybody. So everybody gets to start at the same time with reinforcements guaranteed. And it's a great tool for those who are running multiplayer campaigns to allow MekHQ to be even more flexible than it was before. Advanced scouting. So if you weren't familiar with this before, essentially there are some scouting skills that can be utilized, and the person who has the highest scouting skill makes rolls for each of the hexes around, and you have to meet a target number in order to scout each of those individual hexes. I appreciate the work that went into this. I'm going to uncheck it though. And then seed forces. So if enabled, StratCon will generate scenarios with a BV budget equal to the average BV of your frontline, maneuver, cadre, and patrol combat teams. So it does not include training. It doesn't include any of those other ones. So if disabled, a single random force will be selected. So before this version, that's how they did everything. So they would use a seed force. They would select one of your forces, and they would generate an enemy based on that BV. But now it's just scenarios generate with an average across everything that's there, which means that you might want to be a little bit more judicious in who is hanging out in maneuver or cadre or patrol lances, and maybe you want to utilize those auxiliaries a little more. We'll go ahead and keep that enabled for right now. They did enable a way to turn off tornadoes so that, you don't just have a rocks fall, everybody dies scenario, or it's much less likely to happen. And then finally, they changed the way that morale worked a little bit. So at the end of every month on a contract, depending on how you do on the contract, how many points you are generating, how many scenarios you succeed on, you can either have a decisive victory where your victories are double or greater than the number of defeats, and you get a +2 to your victory modifier, your morale modifier. If you just have more victories than defeats, but it's not double, then it's only a +1. If you have been ranked as having a defeat, then your modifier is -2. And if it's a decisive defeat, meaning you have twice as many defeats as victories, then it's a -3. So what does this mean, really? It means that when that roll is happening every month to see what the enemy's morale is, that you have a higher likelihood of them having bad morale if you have a decisive victory. But if you have a decisive defeat, they are going to be bolstered, and they are going to be beating the crap out of you for the entire thing, which makes sense. That is pretty much everything. And then, of course, your difficulty will keep on regular. I think that's everything. That should be good. Should be dandy. Think we're good. We'll go ahead and hit apply. Welcome to StratCon. Here we go. So I toyed with a lot of different ideas of, thanks, Word of Blake. I wanted to be your friend. I toyed with a lot of different ideas for how to generate a new unit or a new company for this, and I wanted to go ahead and show off some of the new things that are help with company generation. So I'm just going to use the company generator, and I might make a few changes or tweaks along with that. Now, I do want to highlight one thing over here on the left side of the screen, which Ilyani highlighted as well. So your personnel market, you've got how many people you have available, and then there are 3 dropships and 2 jump ships available on the unit market. So if we click on the unit market, we can go over here to large vessels. We see that we have 3 dropships and 2 jump ships, a Monarch, a Mule, and a Gazelle. And then, of course, our 2 jump ships. Of course, we are not rich enough to buy any of those things right now, but we can dream for later. And then, of course, your starting standings are over here on the left as well. So let's go ahead and just jump straight in, and we'll do company generation. So you click on that happy company generation button. And there's not a lot I want to change here. Now, one thing to be aware of is that if you have everything enabled for veteran settings, you will have multiple vehicles that are auto-generated for you as well, and you do need to have mechanics for those. They do have you start with 4 mechanics, which should be enough, I hope, for the vehicles that you have generated. On average, it'll be 10 vehicles that are generated if you have all of your settings on. I personally like to have a mechanic per vehicle. That's just my personal opinion, or what I like to have. So I'm going to increase it a little bit. Don't worry, they're actually getting hired, so I don't get them for free. I also like to have a little bit more admin who are available. So I like to start with a little bit more in the way of admin as well. Because knowing my luck, I'm going to end up with like 4 green HR admin, and they're going to be overwhelmed immediately. So for our company, we'll have just one company. We will not have a command lance. We will have 3 lances in our company with 4 mechs per lance. We will go ahead and generate captains. We will go ahead and automatically assign the commander flag. We'll have officer bonuses. And then for origin, I'm okay with a random origin. I am probably going to do, instead of original faction, I'm going to do the campaign faction. So this means that when it runs through the randomization table, instead of pulling from, Steiner or Lau or wherever else, it pulls from the Merc kind of a random generation, which normally actually yields worse mechs, which is great. It's fine. If you look at all the random generation tables from all of the different source manuals, Mercs don't have the best things in the world. I am not going to have it generate mothballed spare units. Something that you should probably pay attention to just a little bit. Down at the bottom where it says finances, process finances. Yes, please. Thank you. The random starting fund count is really turn on Mishra spare parts. Mishra spare parts. So Mishra spare parts. Mishra's method only applies to mech units and it isolates based on mech parts. It starts with 3 parts for every 1 in the input, then removes all engines before capping the remaining parts based on the following rules. All heat sinks are capped at 30 per type. All mech heads are capped at 2 per weight type. All gyros are capped at 1 per weight type. Mask is capped at 1, and then any other parts are capped at 6. Ooh. Yes, I will do that. I think I read that before, and I was like, I don't understand it. And then I just moved on with my life, and then I never went back to it. Yes, we'll go ahead and do Mishra. And then I will change one thing as soon as we get into it. So when we get down to finances, random starting fund D6 count. So essentially this rolls a number of D6s and generates a random amount based on those D6s. 18 is a great number to use if you are playing in a pre-3025 campaign. So if you're doing a succession war campaign, great. 18 is a fine number to start off with. If you are in a clan war campaign or an ill clan or Dark Ages or any of those, you should probably increase this. So for this, the recommendation, and this is both from campaign operations as well as within MekHQ, 22 to 30 per company. So we'll split the difference and call it 26. We'll roll 26 of those. Minimum starting float, so minimum to have available after we're all done buying all of the things, will be 3.5 million. And we are going to be paying for everything. We don't get anything for free. And then when it's making your companies, you can select how you would like things to be generated. I like the 1956 NATO phonetics. So that's Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, all that. Not Able, Baker, Charlie, Easy, Ida. No. Don't do that. And that is pretty much everything. Now you hit the happy generate button. And this is where some really fun stuff happens. So yes, a baby is born. That's nice. Another baby is born. That's also nice. My goodness, 3 babies. If CCB was good, then they wouldn't have had to change it less than a decade later. What, you cannot obviously hear the difference between, like, I don't know, IDA and something else over a radio that's filled with static? I don't understand. Okay, so depending on what you have enabled, you will get these pop-ups. If you have been playing on a campaign without any of these things and you go into the settings and you turn any of these things on and reload, then you will get a pop-up that looks like this. So it'll tell you what you have turned on. What is the impact to your game? What is it doing for you? So for example, spare mech warriors have been added to your campaign to account for the fact that they're going to get jacked up. They will be hurt, and they will be hurt for a long time. Fatigue tracking. So now we have fatigue tracking, and we have a kitchen to help with the fatigue, and we have people to man the kitchen. This is all important. We have a mash, and we have the people for the mash. We can get more when they come up in the unit market. We have prisoner tracking, and we have a unit that has been assigned to us to help with prisoners or to act as security. Cam Op Salvage has been enabled, which means we get a few salvage vehicles and the crews for them. That way we can, go salvage things. StratCon is enabled. This means that we have StratCon, but we also utilize the logistics train or the resupply tools that are associated with StratCon. So now we have some flatbed trucks to utilize as well. And then we have our generic, by the authority of the Mercenary Review Board, you are now bonded. Go forth and conquer, but if you mess up, then you'll be a pirate and we will disown you. Okay, let's go. Once you have done all of those things, there are a few things that you now have to do in order to get things totally ready. When you just do company generation and it's a basic campaign, that's pretty much it. You're ready to go. The things that are added based on your settings you have enabled are not automatically put into your TONE. So if we go to TONE, we open it up, we've got Alpha Company, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. This is all of our mechs. Let's take a look really quick. We have an awesome. We have an awesome with some ERPPCs. I like this awesome. We have a Victor, and this is your basic Victor. A Griffin with a large pulse laser and LRM-20. And then we also have a Crab. Man, we lucked out with some of these. And not terrible pilots. Then we have a Trebuchet, which is your generic Trebuchet, your generic Phoenix Hawk, a Wolverine with a couple of ER large lasers, a couple of medium pulse lasers, and an SRM-6, which is my preferred Wolverine. And then a Locust just for funsies. And for Charlie Lance, we have a Hermes, a Spider, another Locust, and a Valkyrie. Good for us. But you'll notice you're not seeing any of those supply vehicles. You're not seeing the MASH. You're not seeing the kitchen. You're not seeing any of those things. And if they're not on the TONE, then they don't exist, and you can't use them. And there are also a few special things that we have to do in order to make sure that those work the way they're supposed to. What I like to do is I like to have a separate force for all of my support things. So we add a new force. I like to say rear det or rear detachment. I'm not going to embarrass myself by showing I don't know how to spell detachment, so it'll just be rear det. And then I create 5 different forces. One is log section. And then I also make one for security. We make one for recovery. Kitchen or mess area. And finally, MASH. So now we have all of those different things. One thing I am super excited about, and I danced a little jig as soon as this got put in. So you have all of your units here. We have all of our mechs. We have all of our trucks. Let's go ahead and just go to tanks. Now, I want to put all of my trucks into the logistics section or convoy or whatever you want to call it. Before, you had to go to T&E. You right-click. Here, I'll do it with security. You right-click, add unit, infantry, light, foot platoon, and you do that for every single thing. Now, when I was playing through all these nightlies, I was making a new company like 1 to 2 times a night, and I got a little tired of doing that. So they were so nice, and they did this. We'll just select all 4 of these recovery vehicles, right-click, assign to force, building brigade, rear detachment, recovery, assign to recovery. They are now all in recovery. I danced such a jig when that happened. We'll do the same thing here. Log section, assign to log section. It makes me happy. It brings joy. It's the small things in life. All right, so mess, add unit, and then we'll add the mobile canteen. Finally, add unit, light, mash truck. If you are very anal retentive about ranks in your company, kind of like I am, you'll want to go to personnel, active personnel, sort by rank, and probably sort by profession, and then rank again. Because anything that was added through a pop-up was not auto-generated with a rank, which is fine. That's not a huge deal, but it's something you want to be aware of. So you have to go through it and you have to assign ranks. For me, you find the person who, with the soldiers, who has the best leadership and strategy or strategy. You make them a lieutenant because they're going to be the platoon leader. Rank lieutenant. And then anybody who's purple, you let them be a sergeant because they survived. All of your veterans get to be corporals, and then everybody else is a private. And then finally, boop, rank private. Ground crews, same kind of a deal. Ooh, I got a legendary. Isn't that nice? Assigned a unit. Change rank. Make you guys lieutenants. These dudes can be corporals. And then you can all be privates. Ta-da! That, as they say, is that. That should be just about everything. The very last thing we'll have to do is we have to assign techs to all of our stuff, which doesn't take very long. I personally prefer assigning techs from the personnel tab because I try to keep everything as spread out as possible. And if I can avoid having people on 2 separate units, I do. Even though I think that changed in this version as well. So they changed the way that that maintenance happens. So essentially, if you have one person who's assigned to multiple things and they can't get to everything in a day, then it will automatically slide the maintenance from one day to the next day. If you have somebody assigned to so many things, they cannot get to the maintenance in everything in that week period, then you will get a pop-up on the side that essentially says, look, this thing will not have maintenance because this person is overtasked. And then I should go make their life easier, or maybe hire somebody and then get them a cookie because they have been overworked for too long. They deserve a cookie. All right, and with that is everything having a tech, which is exciting as always. And then for me, I do like to come into here and just check a few things like, HR capacity is at 60. I think my nightmare came true. It did. My nightmare came true. I have a green, a regular, a green, and an ultra green HR person. This is not what you want. Living within a working within a bureaucracy myself, this is less than ideal. So let's really quick just look at the personnel market and see if there's anybody else. Now, if you have not seen the new personnel market, this is what it looks like. Something to be aware of. Every now and then, the window pops up, and it looks like this. And you then ask yourself, what the flip just happened? Why is this happening right now? Don't worry. Don't panic. Grab the left side of the screen and drag it over. And there are your people. Ta-da. So we'll sort by professions. We'll see if we have any admin folks. Of course, we have none. What I like to do when that happens. Yeah, no crayon is safe. You are correct. Ultra green admin, nothing is okay. So then what I like to do if I need admins, I don't like to just hire outside of the personnel market because what's the fun in that? But mechanics have admin skills. So I go through the mechanics and I see who's actually pretty decent at admin. This dude sucks, not getting him. This one, not bad. We can get them. And what I'm doing is I'm looking over here at their admin skills. Admin 8, no. Aha, veteran admin, I'll take you. I'll take you. Like, these mechanics are better admins than the admins are. It's very, very sad and depressing. And then I like to have spare mechanics as well. And you'll see why here in just a little bit. So we'll grab all those dudes. Mech techs, I also like to make sure I have plenty of extra mech techs, but not the ultra green ones. I like them to know which side of a spanner to hold. And then the mech warriors, considering we just got a whole pile of ultra greens, I'll grab the one that's a 4/6 and hope for the best. We'll grab a few extra soldiers just for funsies. And then I also like to have some extra ground crew available. In 50.10, you no longer have it separated out in vehicle gunners, vehicle drivers, vehicle crew members, and all of those different things. If they are vehicle crew ground, then they can pilot or be a gunner, be a driver or a gunner for a ground vehicle. They can also be a crew member for a ground vehicle. They can do all of the tasks. They will have skills in gunnery and piloting for vehicles. That is what we need to know. I'm going to take them, though. And voila, there we go. Where did we start? We started on CN. Great. I love that for us. Okay, so mechanics, all of these dudes are... Hold on. Where are the ones that had good admin skills? So, to quickly look, jump over to admin skills. So, admin, 5, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be totally fine. So, change, primary profession, support, admin HR. Aha, look at that. Now I can support all of my people. Isn't it great? You can all be privates. And then mechanics can all be privates. We'll go back over to a general view. Mech techs can also be privates. Green mech warrior can be a private. Everybody's a private. Oops. Now, anybody who gets hired after our initial hiring session comes in as a recruit until they've done one whole mission, and then they get promoted. But we haven't even started, so everybody comes in as a private for the most part. All right, that should be all of those things. I normally forget to do at least one thing before I leave. Now, something that I always start before I actually jump in and try to find a contract. Go back to Command Center. Parts in use report. Down here at the bottom, add part orders to fill requested stock levels weekly. Why, yes. Yes, thank you. And then we can go ahead and order parts to fill requested stock. The last thing I always do as well, I find my standard armor, and the requested stock is 100%. I am not good at this game, as many of you have already understood or found out. 150%, because I go through a lot of armor. I need more. Whatever it is, I need more. And that, as they say, is that. We have 10 million C-bills left over. We can take a look to see what kind of vehicles we have. I also like to grab some extra mech recovery vehicles if I can, but I don't have the crew available to necessarily man them right now, unfortunately. And then for mechs, we can take a look at a couple of things. And we've got a Griffin, we've got a Merlin, we've got a Trebuchet, a Centurion, a Javelin with some Streak SRM2s along with an SRM6. And then the black market has a Flea and an Awesome. So, neato. And with all that being said and done, let's go ahead and take a look at the contract market. Let's see what we have available to us. Alrighty. So with us being, let's also take a look to see where we are. So we're moving towards the periphery a little bit. So we're not in a terrible spot to be starting out at. And here, tell you what, we will go ahead and turn the camera on since we're done explaining a few things. Boop, there we go. So with that being said and done, let's take a look at a few things. For the first couple of contracts, I like to take shorter contracts. So we'll sort. We've got a bunch of 2-month contracts, which is pretty nice. With us being new, everything is going to probably be bad. And even if we try to renegotiate, things will probably be very sad. But this would be allegedly a nice, easy mission. Something to get our feet wet with, which wouldn't be terrible. But we just don't make much money. But let's go ahead and see if we can renegotiate. Okay, great. That didn't work. Transport terms, 30%, not awful. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You click the button and then nothing happens. So no, we won't give you anything. Okay, sounds great. Great. Okay, all right. We're off to a strong start, guys. We're off to a strong start. Nobody wants to give us salvage. It's the beginning of the clan war. Everybody wants to hold on tight and not give up on anything. They don't even want to give me money. Alrighty then. Isn't that nice? Well, and if anybody was wondering, hey, what are all these different mission types? What did they mean? What am I supposed to be doing with them? There is information in the documentation that gives you more information. Oh, that reminds me. If you didn't know, there is a ton of information for different things up here in this glossary. The glossary has a lot of documentation and useful, quick answers on things like, man, what is this whole faction standing thing? Oh, hey, look, here's an entire document on faction standings and how it works. Isn't that nice? Or how do unit markets work? Oh, look, unit markets. It's exactly how unit markets work and what the chances are for different things. How do admin skills work? What different admin skills play into the negotiation and how we negotiate? That's how it works. You click on the admin skills. The glossary is gold. Look at the glossary. Which also, looking down here, remember, I forgot to do one thing. We're going to go back to the TONE. If you forget to do what I just forgot to do, you'll be very, very sad when your contract comes around. So log section, which is my convoy section. You come down here, change force type. Change force type, make it a convoy force. This takes it out of being essentially calculated for BV and makes it so that that is now used for convoys within StratCon. Security, you want to do the same thing. Change force type, because before we change it, our capacity for prisoners is 0. You go here, you go to security, change force type, make it a security force. We have one whole platoon in there. Go back here, prisoner capacity is 0. It will update, I promise you. It will update. Oh, that's weird. That's why. Okay. Stand by. Boop. It'll update. Don't worry. Don't panic. Mess area, we do the same thing here. Change force type. We'll make that a support. MASH. This will be support. So support is essentially just general support, not utilized for combat purposes, but doesn't necessarily have any other special things that you need to pay attention to. And then recovery, this is for salvage force. So we have all of our salvage vehicles. We have our MASH truck. We have our canteen. We have our security platoon. And we have all of our logistics trucks. And that is all good to go. Off stream, I will put in a fancy little thing. Who knows? Maybe I'll even make a fancy little icon thing for there. Who knows? Maybe I'll get wild and crazy. Okay, so let's go back to the contracts. And I'll continue being sad and crying myself to sleep here. All right, so this one isn't terrible, but okay. Less than ideal. Less than ideal. Well, I think no matter what, we're just going to be getting salvage exchange this time around. Hold on. So click on... oh, that's fun. So this was just added yesterday. So if you're going against a mercenary, when you look at the contract, look at enemy. So yes, I'm going against the 10th Blaze Trident's mercenary. They were hired by the Capellan Confederation. That is fun. That is really fun. I like that. Well, I think no matter what, we're getting screwed over on salvage. So we might as well make the best of it while we can. And this is probably the best of the bad deals overall. We won't get paid quite as much. Yeah, we won't get paid quite as much, but hopefully we can just be in and out and then be done. This one wouldn't be terrible either. But we wouldn't get any salvage. But we get more money. And that'd be more consistent. We'll just do this one. It's fine. Except... Alright, so starting out, enemy morale. If the enemy is losing ground, sustaining significant casualties, and is disorganized, however, they can still put up resistance in isolated areas. Enemy reliability is +1. Excuse me. Your force performance over the past month was a draw because we weren't there. That's fine. So, an 8 was rolled. The enemy forces are wavering. Understood? Understood. So, they will mothball all of our stuff. Also, if you just... Now, a fun new thing is that if you are just moving from one place to another outside of contract, you will get a pop-up that says, hey, do you want your stuff mothballed? Yeah, you probably do. But you don't have to go through and manually mothball it yourself, which is a big time save. So, yes, we'll do that. 6.3 million C-bills. Yep, we have the monies now. And then we have MASH facilities. We have kitchen facilities. We have security forces. We don't need to rent anything. Otherwise, if you forgot, here's what everything costs down here. One big thing to note, though, you have no opportunity to go back and say, hey, actually, I wanted to like rent those things. Can I do that still? No, you can't. This is your one and only chance. So to really emphasize that, hit confirm, and then it's gonna be like, hey, look, don't be a dum-dum. Do you really want to do this? And if you want to be a dum-dum on your own time, you can click the little button. And then if you accidentally click the button, you can always go back into the client options and unclick the button. I'm a dum-dum. Yes, confirm. I'm not going to click the little clicky box. I do appreciate the ability to click said clicky box, though. That makes me happy. All right. And that, as they say, is that. We now have, I know it told me what the transit time was. I have the memory of a gerbil, and so I don't remember already. All right, so we have 58.4 days that it'll take us to get there. It tells you in the daily report. It does? Like when you accept the thing? 52 days. You're right. It does. It does. When did it start doing that? So it tells you in the daily report how long it'll take. When did that start happening? We'll go ahead and advance the next month, though. Oh no, I forgot to heal somebody. We need to heal all the pregnant people. Well, depregnated people. Oh, yes. Okay, so apparently that got added in 50.06. I just didn't realize it. Oops. Okay. Actually, I think I upgraded directly from 50.05 and then started playing through the nightly, so that's probably why I didn't know. Okay. Now we can advance. New month. Oh. Okay, so here we are. Why did you drop out already? So I did notice this happening in this nightly, is that I would click advance multiple days and it would just drop me out after a day or two without telling me why. But anyways, really quick. So in MekHQ client settings. Okay, cool. 1 second. Let me go to the right place. Really quick. So you want this? Yes. Okay. Okay, got it. Give me half a second. And you want these logs, is that right? Actually, those probably are not the right ones. Just the MekHQ one. This one. Okay. There you go. If you need anything else, just let me know. And so apparently in new day options, optimize medical assignments. Oh, and you can also have it run mass repair, mass salvage automatically. And you can also attempt to quick train to level 5 for everything automatically. There are so many new little things that it's going to take a while to get through absolutely everything. Definitely just play around with things. At the end of the day, just play around with them. Ilyani, one clue might be, I'm just noticing right here that there's no space between the period at the end of this delivery and the new day for Monday. So let's go ahead and try to go to a new month again. And we're procuring some things. Some things happen. We do some things. Oh. Are you sure? I just DM'd it to you like 2 minutes ago. I sent it in Discord. Oh, maybe I definitely sent that to the wrong person. They're going to be very, very confused now. There you go. Oh no, major news network dissolved. And keep on keeping on. We're just going to keep on advancing days until we get to a new month, and then we can take a look at things. And so now, since we hired a whole bunch of people, some people can get XP because they, kind of got up to a certain skill level, sort of. And so, whoops, went too far. View. Daily log. Historic daily log report. There we go. Boop. Okay, so my commander uses Wealth of 0 to transfer 200 C-bills into the unit coffers. However, he was forced to deduct 25,000 C-bills to pay for his extra income. Thanks, bud. Thanks. Oh, one of my personnel has a narcotic. Oh, I think that's what I was running into it as well. Yes, I want them gone. I don't want them because I don't want to deal with their narcotic addiction. Well, when they come up, they're getting sacked. They just don't know it yet. All right. Advance multiple days. Let's go to, I don't remember how many days I need now. We'll just go to a new week. It'll be fine. Wait. I don't want to deal with your narcotic addiction. In the game I was playing earlier today, they did get hit with an injury like every 7 days because they were withdrawing like every 7 days, which means they were relapsing every 7 days. It's like they went to rehab, they got out, and they got a hit. It just don't do that. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Yeah, MekHQ is a little too realistic in some ways, sometimes. All right, we are 1 day from the planet. Nothing crazy has happened. We can go ahead and look at a unit market if we want to. Nothing too exciting there. We will not have access to a personnel market until the end of the contract because right now we're in space. And then when you're on contract, you cannot recruit, which creates interesting problems. All right, so this is with advanced medical. You have, every planet has its own little diseases. It's just how life goes. Excuse me. So if you want, you can choose to only inoculate the military. You could only inoculate civilians. You can inoculate everybody, and it lasts for their entire life anytime they come to this planet. And MekHQ remembers, if you come back to a planet and you have people with you that were not here the last time, it'll ask you if you want to inoculate them. Or you can take the risk that you inoculate nobody, and you can see what happens when you don't vaccinate. Everybody gets chlamydia. Inoculate everybody. It's worth 32,000 C-bills. I promise you. Now, You'll notice down here a bunch of things have arrived. It's because it couldn't arrive while you were floating through space. It just makes sense. You're not going to have stuff arrive to you while you're in the middle of jump space. There's not like it's not like in a small way or a long way to a small angry planet where just like a little mail drone appears with, 80 tons of armor. But let's go ahead and go to the briefing room. So we've got Charlie Lance, which is our light lance. We'll put you on patrol. Alpha Lance will be frontline, and Bravo Lance. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold. We can make Bravo Lance an auxiliary. There we go. And from there, let's go and look at the area of operations. We have a small... That's great advice. Personally, I think you should shirk the vaccinations and let nature take its course. If Blake didn't want mech warriors dying of space syphilis, he'd have made condoms standard issue. Listen, in the Billion Brigade, it's like, here are your trousers, here's your shirt, here's your helmet, here's your neuro helmet, here are your 20 pack of condoms. Let us know when you need more. It's just the way things go. I have a lot of opinions about that, but I'll rein them in. All right, let's go ahead and deploy a patrol and see what happens. Yes, please deploy. And we are in an okay spot. So we need to locate and engage and destroy, and then maintain victory points above 1. Our contract is started today, and it goes until August 22nd. So we have 2 months to make the magic happen. And we get 5 million C-bills per month. So we have the opportunity to make a little money. A little bit. Oh no. Pregnant people in combat units. No. Who did it? Look for the green line. One of my mech warriors is pregnant. No. Again, they didn't use a condom. They should have just used a condom. But alas, here we are. Condoms not allowed, apparently. All right. So you'll notice that there are 80 billion ultra green mech warriors. You might be thinking to yourself, but why? Why would you do this? This is because these are the people who you have to train. You need them to get good. Tell them to get gooder. And you do that by training them. You do that by training them and making them gooder. So you can take your good mech warriors, the ones who are 2-2 pilots, 1-2 pilots, and then you also look for training skill, a training skill, which none of those have. That one doesn't have it. That one doesn't have it. Well, let's take a look here. So it should be under utility skills. No, it's an admin skill. Training. Only one of my people has training. And they're one of my ultra green mech warriors. That's not helpful. But anyways, so training essentially allows for potentially better roles in training mech warriors. And then actually it should be in the glossary. Sometimes you have to look around a little bit. But training combat teams, voila. So training happens every Monday. You can train up to 1 minus the skill of the educator. The maximum is 3. And then essentially you get a modifier based on how much of a training skill somebody has. And the better they do, the faster they train. To go up by 1 skill level, it can take 35 to 70 days or longer. And it takes a long time. It takes a long time. And so you got to start early, but you need the mechs and the people. And, oof. So anyways, until then, it can sometimes behoove you to utilize a mixture of people with different things. Okay, moving on. So we activated, we patrolled, we did things. Now we just have to wait for our patrol lance to come back. Aw, Corporal Jan Kenter is 18 today. Happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday. Look at that. Maybe we'll get you a new pair of glasses. Or do you want a new uniform? Maybe a new uniform. Yeah, we'll do something nice for you later. Okay. See the eye doctor. He was the same as the regular doctor. Charlie Lance came back. So with fatigue being on, you do have to pay attention to fatigue. Everybody has one fatigue except for Lieutenant Sharptooth Davina. Sharptooth. Great. But let's keep on looking for trouble. Oh, hostile orbital defense. So hostile orbital defense prevents Allied aerospace unit operation on this track and supplies an additional hostile mech to ground scenarios. Contract objective located. This is a facility assault. Okay, well, there's nothing to it but to do it. In case you were unaware, and in case you ever had any doubt, there are these big red letters next to the resolution that say essential. Essential means that it is essential that you win this. If you do not win this, if you do not win this objective, then when you look here at your strategic objectives for this mission, one of those will turn red. When it turns red, that means you are unable to complete all of the objectives for this. No matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you work, you will never get anything more than a partial success. Just how it goes. Not the end of the world, but I think the good corporal deserves a new set of their eyes for their birthday. Yes. So advanced surgery can be a thing that happens in this as well. So you can, in fact, perform advanced surgery, should you so desire. We can do all sorts of fun things for this person. Eyes. Maybe they need eye implants. Maybe they need laser cyber eyes. Oh, yeah. It only costs 600,000 C-bills. Now, is that per eye or per set of eyes? I feel like that should be per eye, because then you can have like your left eye be a laser eye. Oh, that's for the set? Come on, but I want like a left laser eye and a right telescope eye. Just like, one of each. I think that would be a lot more fun. No? Come on. All right, when we get rich, you can have new eyes. It's a new form of LASIK. Think of the headaches, they'd be fine. We have Tylenol. They would be just fine. Plus, I'm sure there's an implant for that. Think of the TISM. Oh, you just made me very sad. It's fine. It's all fine. Okay, so we are deploying Alpha Lance. And then we just have to give it a second to figure out its life. Because right now what it's doing is generating all of the enemy forces. So we're bringing in a BV of 74, 75, and it's going to calculate a force that is an average between Alpha and Charlie Lance. We can, if we want, bring one of the locusts from Bravo or Charlie Lance. And this is based off of the leadership of the commander for Alpha Lance. I don't think we need him. I think it'll be fine. All right. Oh, this should be fine. So Alpha Lance, which has a BV of like 7,000, we are going against an SRM carrier, Scorpion, Wolverine, another SRM carrier, and Locust. But do not for a second underestimate an SRM carrier, because when you have 10 SRM-6s flying at your face from point blank range, things can go south so fast. It is a moonless night, but it is clear weather. Let's see if we can get something other than a moonless night to help us out. Daylight. I like that a lot more. All right, let's see what we're doing. A hidden enemy control facility has been identified for destruction. This installation is too valuable to remain in enemy hands, and its defenders must be eliminated to ensure it is no longer operational. Your mission is to destroy at least 75% of the defending forces. This is not an occupation. This is an eradication. The priority is destruction, not capture. Do not concern yourself with securing the facility. The enemy will fight to protect this installation, but their defenses will crumble under sustained pressure. Crush their forces, level their defenses, and ensure that when this battle is over, the facility is of no use to anyone. The victor will control the battlefield at the end of the engagement. If the facility remains salvageable at the end of the assault, we will destroy it. The enemy will be left with nothing but ruins. Execute with overwhelming force and leave no doubt who owns the battlefield. Conduct detailed scans of the building at the designated locations. If captured, our forces conduct their scans at will. So destroy or rout 75% of the OP4, these people. And then we're supposed to scan the defenses. Done. Okay, great. And the battle will happen on the 26th, which is today. Start. All right, so this is restating what we already talked about. Commence drop. And go. Since the first time... Oh, nope. It'll load up pretty fast. Okay, so they've got their stuff. We've got our stuff. We can take a quick look at the map, which looks like a standard generated map. And that should be pretty much everything we need. Here we go. No, I forgot to set up this. All right, hold on. Client settings. Audio, mute. For me, personally, I don't like that misses are grays. It blends in with everything. So I make them orange. I can see orange, and orange lets me know that they're there. I saw that on another stream. I liked it. I stole it. And then auto display, I don't care about the player list. Okay. And finally, for views, I like an isometric view. It makes me happy. I like to be able to see what line of sight is, and I like to know what my possible moves are. Let's switch the location, and we can turn off shortcuts and data, and voila. And then after this fight, I just realized I did not introduce you all to our primary mech warriors, so we can take a look through all the mech warriors we have and see if there's anything interesting there. We lost initiative, unfortunately, but that's okay. All right, let's jump into round one. So we've got our awesome Victor, Griffin, and a crab. If we stay to the north side, then we'll have some tree as cover, which works as both an advantage and disadvantage for us. And then if we go south, then it's a bull. Don't go in the bull. Listen to Obi-Wan. Keep the high ground. I think that locust might have a bad day, though. That scorpion will definitely have a bad day. And then our crab can stay a little further north. And there we go. Well, we're about an hour and a half into the stream. For anybody who's watching, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you haven't already and you're enjoying this so far, go ahead and give the channel a follow. I'd really appreciate it. We're about 6 follows away from being able to get to that happy affiliate status with Twitch, which would be neat. Comrade Gary, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And then if you're following or listening later on YouTube, give the channel a subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and I know that the crab I'm going to want to take across the north, so we'll do that. the awesome, we can keep up on the high ground for right now, keep him walking so that he doesn't have quite as many negative modifiers. The Victor, really, we just need to close the distance with him because an AC 20 to the face is always a good time for us as long as we're firing the AC 20. Personally, my favorite weapon in this entire game is an AC 20, especially when it's mounted on a hunchback. It just, I don't know why. It makes me really happy. And it just seems so ridiculous that it would be on a hunchback. But that's why they're hunchbacks. Why don't we go ahead and jump you to there? Do we want to jump there or do we want to jump there? We should be fine to jump there. All right, well, the awesome only has one thing to really shoot at. And I think there's only one thing for us to do, and that's go pew pew. Victor, unfortunately, is out of range for all the things that they can see. The Griffin also, unfortunately, can't see a whole lot, but we do have a shot with either the LRM or the large pulse laser. It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But the large pulse laser doesn't use ammo, so we'll pick you, Pikachu. All right, let's see what happens. Awesome. Hits the left side of the SRM carrier and then also hits the front of the SRM carrier. It hurts, but it's not dead. And then the Griffin misses. Now I'm thinking maybe I should have just gotten a little warm and shot with the other ERPPC. But who's to say? It looks like we won initiative, which is handy. If we go there, we at least know we'll be able to shoot that SRM carrier again. Keep closing the distance with the Victor. The Griffin. I think we go there to stay out of range of the SRM carrier while still being able to hit the Wolverine. Okay. There are some choices being made here, and I'm here for them. I would love to be able to do exactly that. Because I think the Locust deserves a good pat on the back. What do you think? All right, so it's a 9 on the Scorpion. It's a 9 against the Locust. And, oh, that's interesting. Oh, out of range. A 9 against the SRM carrier with PPCs. It's a 7 and a 7. I mean, why have PPCs if you're not going to pew pew pew? We can get toasty this turn. It'll be fine. Everybody's fine. How are you? Okay, we won't. Yeah, we won't use the AC 20 this turn because we are on 11s, but we can do a couple of medium lasers. And hold on, pause, wait. I might have been 9s. We can do 9s. I think 9s are very reasonable. 9s are very, very reasonable. Now then, the Griffin can fire its LRM and its large pulse laser at the Wolverine. The Crab can crab behind this little Locust. We can do a medium laser, a small laser, and a large laser, and see what happens. So the Awesome hits with 1 out of 3 PPCs, unfortunately, taking the front right leg down to 0 armor on the Scorpion. Victor misses with everything. Wolverine misses. Griffin misses. Scorpion misses. Oof. I think that we might have hired stormtroopers. The Locust hits the Griffin with a machine gun, a couple of machine guns into the legs. Crab hits the Locust with a medium laser into the right torso rear. Large laser goes into the right arm, destroying the right arm, blowing off the right arm. Right torso rear is down to 4 internal structure. And with that, I think we can hopefully kick a Scorpion and maybe kick a Locust. Griffin misses. Crab hits the right leg of the Locust. It's down to 2 internal structure and crits on the right foot. The Griffin stays standing after it misses a kick. The Locust falls, takes 2 damage to the left arm, and the pilot takes 1 point of damage. Awesome is a little warm at 7 heat. It'll buff though. Scorpion's at 1 heat. And we win initiative once again. Aw, poor Locust. I think that somebody had a bad day. What do you think? A tear shed for the Locust. It's okay, buddy. You just lie there. You just lie there. I think I also forgot to turn on a couple of settings for MegaMek, so I'll do that after this game as well. I think could do that, but that would be a bad idea. Could go there, but we're not going to do a whole lot. See, this is the problem with Woods. Woods are woodsy, and they cover things up. But we'll go there. I'm sure that Scorpion is going to move somewhere. I just don't know where. As a reminder, that Scorpion is a 6'9". So if it wanted, it would be able to get behind me here, which would not be ideal, but we'll do that just to play it safe. And then we'll turn. That way it shouldn't be able to get right behind me. Let's see here. I think maybe we jump the Griffin to about there. And we turn you about like that. Okay. All right. Well, with that being all said and done, that would be a bad move. I would like to not open my back up to an SRM carrier. That just, it doesn't feel good. And I'm not super worried about taking an SRM-6 to the face from the Scorpion. I think that'll end up being fine. Probably famous last words, but only one way to find out. All right, so let's find out what actually happened to that Locust. It tried to get up. It fell. It fell on its right side. Pilot took another point of damage. It tried to get up again, and then it fell onto its center torso. Took another point of damage to the pilot, and then it tried to get up one more time. And then it fell, doing 2 damage to the left torso, critting to 2 locations, doing 2 hits to the standard gyro. And then he took another hit, and he blacked out. Poor guy. That's unfortunate. All right, well, ERPPCs, it's a 10 to the Wolverine or a 6 to the SRM carrier. I think that we go pew pew on an SRM carrier. It needs to go away. So 13's on the Wolverine. I'm not shooting at the poor, immobile, blacked out pilot. I'm just not doing it, guys. I don't believe in shooting blacked out pilots. Plus, then I can't salvage the mech if I accidentally make it go boom. And knowing my luck, I would crit on the machine gun ammo and it would go boom. I don't want to do that. I need training mechs. So with that being said and done, there's not a whole lot I'm going to do with my Victor. He can just hang out. The Griffin can give a large pulse to the face of the Wolverine. We'll skip the LRM this time around. And the Crab can put a couple of large lasers into the Scorpion, I hope. SRM carrier just took a PPC to the two PPCs to the front and was destroyed. The Wolverine firing at the Crab hits with an SRM-6, hits with 4 out of the 6, doing 2 damage to the left arm, 4 damage to the left leg, and 2 damage to the right torso. The Griffin fires at a large laser at the Wolverine, hitting the left leg. The Scorpion missed with everything. Our Crab hits with one of the large lasers into the right torso. So it's an 8 to hit the Scorpion or an 8 to hit the Wolverine. Let's see if we can't focus in on the Scorpion a little bit. And we kick, and everybody misses. Everybody misses. Except for the Crab. So Scorpion misses, Griffin misses, Wolverine misses. Crab actually managed to hit the front right leg. Doing 10 points of damage down to 3 internal structure. The Griffin, in all of its glory, needs a 5, rolls a 3, falls, takes 5 points of damage to the right torso, and 1 damage to the left leg. The pilot avoids taking damage. Scorpion missed a kick and was kicked, so has to roll twice. Misses the second roll and falls, taking 5 damage to the left leg, or the rear left leg, and another 1 damage to the rear left leg. And that pilot also avoids taking damage. All right. So the Scorpion's at 2 heat, our Crab is at 1 heat, and life moves forward. We lose initiative. I think at this point we just need to close the distance a little bit with all of our things. So the downside to an awesome is that its awesomeness lumbers along. Well, this is less than ideal. But let's see if we can't do that. We need a 5 to get up. Here's the hoping. We needed a 5. We rolled a 4. We fell again. We take 6 points of damage, 5 to the right leg, and 1 to the left arm. Okay, great. And our pilot took 1 point of damage. So let's see what kind of madness happens with that when we get back. Because yes, that's all fine. Cool. We actually stood up. Because with advanced medical, that could be anything from a bruised rib or a scratch on the face to they could have internal bleeding or they could have amputated an arm. It could be any of those. And we won't know until we get back. And then we'll get back in our, 5-4? 3-4? Our 3-5 pilot will then be like an 8-8 pilot, which is just so ideal. Okay, I think the Wolverine is actually more deadly to me right now than that stupid Scorpion is. Great. Very great. So the awesome isn't going to do anything. The Victor, no, we won't do it. We are going to skip the Victor. Let's see here. So it's a 3 to shoot into the Scorpion or a 4 to shoot at the Wolverine. We'll go ahead and shoot at the Wolverine. Just out of curiosity, if we twist. So 4 and 11. We have ammo. It'll be fine. Miracles happen. So 7s for the large laser, 7s for everything. I think we just risk it with the large lasers and hope for the best. All right, so Wolverine hits with an AC 5 into the crab, going to the left leg, doing 5 points of damage. The Griffin hits the large pulse laser into the center torso, doing 9 damage to the Wolverine. Scorpion, oh, it's an ERPPC that it has. I thought it was just a PPC. Oops. Hits the Griffin with its ERPPC in the right leg. It's down to 1 armor. The crab hits with one of its large lasers into the left torso of the Wolverine. Let's see if we can't kick a Scorpion. It's a 5 to hit. I'm okay with that. And then a 5 to hit. Griffin kicks the Scorpion in the right torso. It's down to 5 internal structure. Crab kicks the Wolverine, doing 10 damage to the right leg. Wolverine kicks the Crab, doing 11 damage to the right leg. The Crab stays standing. Scorpion stays standing. Wolverine, however, needs a 7, rolls a 6, does 5 damage to the right leg and 1 damage to the right leg, also doing 1 point of damage to their pilot. All right, the Crab's at 3 heat. Scorpion's at 3 heat. The Locust pilot woke up. I think we have to kill him now. Unless he ejects. Hopefully he just ejects and then we don't have to worry about it. But they won initiative. So regardless, I think because we end up going there. We'll do that with our awesome for meow. And then if we go there, I think that's going to be the best thing to do with our Victor for a second. Okay, good. The Locust ejected. I don't know what happened with the pilot, but it looks like he might have killed himself. Probably ejected himself into a tree. And not like landing in a tree, like into a tree. Yeah, that would be not great for him. Okay, well, with that being said and done, why don't we go ahead and move our Griffin just a little bit? I would still like to keep the high ground, though. I mean, if we jump here and we turn like this, maybe the SRM won't just demolish us. Maybe. Or do we just jump away for a second? I think we just jump away for a second. Okay. We're going to risk it for the biscuit, and our crab is going to hang out. Okay, so... oh, poor guy. He chooses to eject, and he needs to make a piloting skill check in order to not take damage. He needs a 13. When you're rolling 2 6-sided dice, a 13 is hard to get. Rolls a 4. He eats himself into a tree, taking 4 damage, essentially, and dies. Wolverine tries to get up, falls. Takes 5 damage to the left leg and 1 damage to the left arm. Avoids taking damage, tries to get up again, falls. Takes 5 damage to the right torso, 1 damage to the left arm. Again, tries to avoid taking damage and fails. He's now at 2 hits. Oh, poor guys. All right, so it's a 7 on the SRM carrier versus a 10 on the Wolverine. Let's just get the SRM carrier out of here. We'll get warm for 1 round, and then it'll be fine. We'll focus on the Wolverine this turn. Couple of large lasers. All right, so the SRM carrier immediately needs a 9, rolls a 9, hits with 4 missiles, doing 2 damage to center torso, 2 damage to the right torso, 2 damage to the left torso, and 2 damage to the left leg against the Victor. Misses, hits with 5 missiles against the Victor, doing in chunks of 2 damage to the left torso, left arm, left torso, and right arm. Another SRM-6 hits with 4 of 6, doing damage to the left leg, right arm, left torso, and right torso. This is why SRM carriers are no joke, man. And this is with needing a 9 to hit. So roughly, what, an 18% chance? Or is it 22%? I think it's an 18% chance to hit. 2 damage to the center torso, right leg, right torso, and left torso, and then misses with the other 6 packs. Our Victor misses, but hits with the money shot with the AC-20, just demolishing the front of it, destroying the SRM carrier. So it was worth it. Misses with 3 of his weapons, but hits with the one that matters. So, you know what? Good job, bud. I'm proud of you. Wolverine, firing at the crab, misses with everything. Our Griffin misses with a large pulse laser. The crab hits with both of its large lasers, doing 8 points of damage to the right torso and 8 points of damage to the center torso. Scorpion at the crab hits with his ERPPC into the left torso. So the Victor, taking over 20 points of damage, needs a 5, rolls a 3, falls down, takes 8 points of damage, 5 to the left leg and 3 to the right arm. But the pilot does avoid damage. It's fine, friends. Armor can be replaced. We'll risk it on an 8, and then it's a 1 to hit. I think we can hit that. Griffin misses. Crab hits the right arm, doing 10 points of damage. Griffin stays standing after it misses a kick. All right, the Victor's at 3 heat, Crab's at 3 heat, Scorpion's at 4 heat. Really, nobody's too bad off right now. Overall, though, the enemy team is not doing ideal. What was our win condition? Was it 75%? Yeah, 75. I think we can probably take out 100%, though. And then we lose initiative, naturally. I think we just keep walking through the woods. All right, here's the hoping. We need a 4 to get up. We roll a 2. And we take 5 damage to the right leg and 3 damage to the center torso. But again, we do manage to avoid taking damage. I think the only person who rolls worse than I do in this game is Will Wheaton. I'm pretty sure. I'm moderately confident about that. Okay, but he did eventually manage to stand up. So let's go ahead and back this guy up so that, well, hold on. Actually, he's making it easy for us. So why don't we just do this? And then for the Wolverine, we can wait and see. I kind of just want to skip my movement to see what happens. I don't think he's going to get up. He got up. So the Victor fell, stood up. Wolverine fell, taking some more damage to the right torso and the left arm, but eventually did get up. So Awesome has no shots. Victor does have shots. It's a 9 to hit. We'll risk it. We can go a little over on... Well, we won't go over on heat this time around. We'll go 1 over. That's okay. think a large pulse laser into the back should be fine. And then large laser and large laser going 3 over on heat once again should be A-okay. I don't think that'll be too bad. Oh, finally something worked. Okay, so Victor hits with a medium laser into the Wolverine, doing 5 damage to the rear right torso, and then the AC-20 hits home, just taking off the left leg. This is why, when I'm using them, I like AC-20s. But have you ever noticed, when you're playing this game and you're using AC-20s, they are most often the thing to miss. Everything else can hit on a 4, but the AC-20 rolls at 2. This game is like the exception that proves the rule almost. Anyways, did transfer some damage to the left torso rear because, the leg was gone. Wolverine firing at the Griffin, hits with an SRM-6, hitting with 5 missiles, doing some damage to the left arm, center torso, left arm, and right torso. The Griffin firing a large pulse laser, hits the front right leg, destroying it, transferring some damage to the right torso, rear, and then it's down to 4 internal structure. Crab firing on the Wolverine, hits with both of its large lasers, doing 8 damage to the left arm, and another 8 damage to the left arm, critting on the upper arm and the hand. Scorpion has to roll because it lost a leg, automatically falls, takes 6 damage, 5 to the left torso rear, and 1 damage to the front left leg. The pilot takes 1 hit. It's their first hit. Wolverine took over 20 damage and lost a leg, automatically falls, does 5 damage, total of 6 damage to the right arm. That pilot is now at 3 hits, but does manage to stay conscious. Good for him. Okay, well, who to kick? So many choices, so little time. I think we go ahead and kick the Wolverine. Okay, and we kick the right torso. It's down to 4 internal structure. It is out of critical hit slots. We win initiative, and everybody's crippled or dead. For the most part. Well, they're not crippled. They have heavy damage, but they will be crippled soon. There we go. Awesome has entered the game. Let's go ahead and just move the Victor up a little. The Scorpion managed to stand up. Good for you. Looks like the Wolverine pilot passed out at some point in time. So, yeah, Wolverine fell, destroyed its own right torso, doing some damage to the center torso. Then the pilot took another hit and blacked out. So the pilot is now at 4 hits. Scorpion initially fell, doing some more damage to itself. Pilot still didn't take any damage and eventually got up and walked away. So I think we'll hold off on shooting at him. Did I just say skip firing? No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. We will just shoot with other things, and things might get prolonged. And shoot with a large pulse laser. And then a large laser into the Scorpion with a couple of those. I'll see what happens. So the Victor, this Victor is doing so well today. Hits with the AC-20, misses everything else. Hitting the right rear leg, it's down to 3 internal structure. Scorpion was shooting at the Awesome and missed. The Griffin fires with a large pulse laser, hitting the right torso, destroying the right torso, critting on the ERPPC. Transfers to the center torso. Crab hits with both of its large lasers, hitting the center torso and the or it's the rear left leg, critting on the hip and the upper leg. The Scorpion takes a bunch of damage, falls, takes some damage to the rear left leg, the right torso, and the center torso. Pilot takes one more hit, now up to 2 hits. And then we kick him. So center torso is now down to internal structure only. Wait a second. Hold on. I have a question. That's right. I have no salvage rights. Why am I trying to keep things alive? Well, that's okay. The awesome can walk up and kick him, and then it'll be fine. Well, he ejected. I think that we can say that we have won at this point in time, because I don't think the unconscious pilot will be doing anything to us. And their pilot did stay alive for the ejection, so that's nice. Well, I think it's time for this guy to go. I think we just shoot him in the head a couple times, and then we move on with our lives. If you're squeamish, look away now. Well, we destroyed the center torso instead of the head, but that's fine. And that should be everything. They have nothing left. Sure, we'll save a GIF. And we'll save the salvage record. And then that's it. We took a little bit of damage. We have 2 lightly damaged things. It should only be armor damage on everything. We do retain the battlefield. Everybody has light damage. Next. The Griffin pilot did take 1 hit. We'll see what the damage is there. We did manage to capture 1 person. And then otherwise, I'm going to give the locust kill to the pilot of the crab. The Scorpion kill is going to go to the Griffin. And everything else should be fine. Yes, we get those. Cool beans. There's all of that. We got a purple heart. Go us. We were in combat, so we get an edge. And then what is the butcher's bill for that pilot? See, and this is what I was worried about. So they have 1 hit, and they get a compound fracture of their left elbow. They are out for 23 days. They're out for 23 days. And in that time, they are a 9-11 pilot, which caps out at 8-8. So they're just an 8-8 pilot. So my 3-5 pilot is now an 8-8 pilot. They're out for the count pretty much for about half of this contract, assuming that the medical rolls go well. And if the medical or doctor rolls don't go well, it might be longer than 23 days, which is a bumski. Well, that happened. We'll deal with all that stuff later. Let's go ahead and advance the day. Eventually, Alpha Lance will come back. Oh, I just clicked through too fast. That's what happened. Okay. Hugh Cortez conceived a baby. Who are you? Oh, you're an ultra green mech warrior? That's fine. That is fine. Eliani, I have noticed, if you're still there, if you click through Advanced Day really fast, that you do get a null pointer error. I don't know if you've run into that yet. Oh, okay, that's fine. Advanced Day. We do some... Oh, yeah, that's fine. I figured it was like a not big deal, but in case nobody had told you or you didn't know, it's there. Also, for anybody out there, if you're really confused why these buttons up here exist, they won't do anything now, but think of it as like a teaser for 50.11 for when that comes out. Because instead of just a wall of oh, yeah, that's fine. If you spam the Advanced Day button, it'll break for a second. Just click OK, move on with your life. Anyways, instead of having this wall of text here that you have to go through to figure out what you want, you have all of the information that will be broken up into different categories. Just think of it as like a teaser. It won't do anything right now, but it's a teaser. Any Hoosers, area of operations, Charlie and Alpha Lance are still out and about. And they all came home. Okay, let's go ahead and repair some people. So, mass repair and salvage. Select all the things for the most part. I like to optimize technician selection to complete actions today. And then scrap parts that are impossible for a legendary technician to repair or salvage. We select all of our friends and we mass repair. And everything should be done tomorrow. A lot of things have failed because nobody can roll above a 6 apparently. All right, employee turnover check. Let's see what happens. Nobody wants to leave. All right, enemy reliability +1. Your performances last month was a decisive victory because we won our one engagement. Enemy forces are wavering. The enemy is in a dire state. With most of their forces being destroyed or incapacitated, their ability to fight is severely compromised and morale is near breaking. Great. We got 5 million C-bills and we paid all of our people. This is good. Let's see what units are available. Oh, we get a bonus support point. Good for us. So there is a what? An ice ferret? What? So if you're looking at me and you're like, how do you not know this clan mech? So I've actually never played in the clan invasion before. Like I've done a little bit in the last week, but for the most part, I have never played in the clan invasion or anything afterwards. Everything I have played since I first started playing Battletech like 20 years ago was it 20 years ago? Yeah, it was about 20 years ago. Was Succession War and before. So all of these mechs, I'm just like, what are you? How do? But this is a 45 tonner with 812 movement. It runs with endosteel internal structure and ferrofibrous armor, so it's going to be a pain in the ass to get shit to repair it. And then it runs with a bunch of medium pulse lasers and an anti-missile system. And it's got improved sensors. So if you were running with advanced scouting, this would be a good mech. This would be fine. It's a scout and recon mech. It's what it is. And then we've got a Nighthawk. Which is a light mech. 6'9" movement with a medium pulse, and a large laser and a large laser with 112 armor. This is not a bad little mech. We got another crab. Not a great crab, but it's a crab. Then we got a bombardier and a griffin and a raven and a battle master. Do you risk it on the black market? So if you don't know how the black market works, it's literally a 50-50 shot. The program rolls a d6 on like a 1 through a 3. You get swindled. On a 4 through a 6, you get your mech. So you're rolling the dice every time. Do I risk it for a battle master, though? That's the question. we'll think on it. We'll mull it over. Now then, I said after that battle, we were going to go through and we're going to meet our mech warriors just a little bit. So why don't we take a minute and we meet Alpha Lance? So the leader of our company, the Billion Brigade, is Captain Johann Punisher Lindfors. She's a 26-year-old female. Her blood type is A negative. So her story, she is a 2-3 pilot. She's got some skills in disguise, leadership, strategy, and tactics. She is streetwise, and she does have some connections. Joanne plays the long game, but only for herself. She collects favors, stacks the deck in her favor, and ensures that no matter how things shake out, she's the one who comes out ahead every time. Joanne genuinely cares about the people around her. She looks out for her unit, helps those in need, and does what she can to make life a little less cruel, even in a universe that doesn't reward kindness. Seems like a good person to be leading this unit. Yeah. Good person to lead the unit. And then next up, we've got Sergeant Frederick Uptight Rosnes. He is a 31-year-old male from NIOPS, the NIOPS Association. He's a 3-4 pilot. He's got some skills in animal handling. He enjoys singing. He has some skills in a random career, and he can investigate things for you. He did go to college, and Frederick could sell shorts on an ice world and still walk away with a profit. He weaves half-truths, dodges direct answers, and always has an excuse ready. Because if you can talk your way out of trouble, why bother telling the truth? Frederick has no guilt, no regrets, and no shame. He lies, cheats, and takes whatever he pleases, laughing at anyone who expects remorse. In his mind, the only crime is getting caught. Okay, well, probably not XO material, but I'm sure he's fun to play poker with and maybe get a beer with. But you're going to be buying all the beer, I'm guessing. All right, Sergeant Isabel Helbor Bin Jawad. She is from Chichabu in the Draconis Combine. She's a 36-year-old female. She is originally a 3-5 pilot with also some skills in small arms until she, broke her elbow. Isabella never plays fair. She plays to win. Every promise, every alliance, every deal is just another tool in her arsenal, and she always ensures she comes out ahead. By the time others start their first briefing, Isabella's already run a full systems check, a workout, and possibly simulated a battle. I've been productive for hours, she grins, as someone else mumbles. It's literally 5 o'clock in the morning. I have noticed that most of the personalities that get generated are assholes. Like, they're dicks. They are complete dicks. All right, and then finally, for the last member of Alpha Lance, we have Sergeant Mary Spooky Walter. She is an 18-year-old female. Coming up quick. She's got good reflexes. She is a 4-4 pilot. She also has some skills in animal handling, language. She is streetwise. She can do some interrogation, and she enjoys running on an early morning on a beach. Anyways, fear is for the weak, and Mary has no patience for it. She throws herself into battle with wild abandon, ignoring risks and consequences. Whether it's bravery or a death wish, sooner or later it's going to catch up with her. Mary is not content with where she is. Her eyes are always on the horizon. She sees every challenge as a stepping stone. Every setback is a lesson, all leading towards the future where she is determined to claim. All right, well, we have some interesting characters in Alpha Lance. I'm a little afraid for my life, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so we can now resupply. So we have two options. We can either let the employers resupply us, in which case we only get 4 tons of stuff, or we can resupply ourselves, in which case they give us 16 tons of stuff. The way this kind of works is when you order parts or anything like that, it can take weeks, or if you're on months, it'll take months for supplies to arrive. What this will do is it'll essentially look at all of the supplies that you have, what MekHQ determines you might need, and it gives you some stuff. it might not be what you actually need. You might be sitting here going, no, for real, I have plenty of SRM6 ammo. Why do I need more? But it'll give it to you anyways. You do still have to buy it, but a lot of times it'll be at a discount. So we'll use our convoy, or the unit's convoy. And then you can choose, do you want to prioritize ammunition, armor, or do you want a balanced mix? Okay, so this is a fine example. So we'll pay 213,000 C-bills. The value of the supplies is 426. Anything that's italicized is for role-playing purposes, like for the lols. So it's not actually there, but it's kind of fun. Like, oh, it's nice to know that we have 768 48-hour ration packs coming our way. Great. More MREs. Who doesn't want more MREs? And then, of course, we need 109 replacement mech operator gloves, because we need that many gloves for our, 20 mech warriors. But we do get an internal combustion engine. We get some armor, basic fire control, hand actuator, all that fun stuff. So there's some useful stuff here. So yeah, we'll accept it. All right, convoy arrived. Nothing bad happened. Depending on how big your convoy is or what all is going on in your campaign, they can get attacked, and then bad things happen. And then you have to go rescue your convoy, or they just die, and then bad things happen. It's really awkward when your convoy just dies, and you're in the middle of a 9-month contract, and all of your vehicle operators are also gone. So now you're just stuck with no convoy for the rest of your contract. Not ideal. Okay, everything got repaired. Let's keep looking around for trouble. I think we do need to swap out some people, though. So why don't we swap the Wolverine in? We'll take the Griffin out, and we'll go from there. And so in the words of the game Munchkin, let's go looking for trouble and kick in the door. And we have a VIP ambush. All right, so I'm going to read the briefing for this, and then I'm going to step away for about 2 minutes while I just go grab something to drink really quick. So VIP ambush, this is one of our essential missions. An enemy VIP has been left exposed, presenting a rare opportunity to eliminate a high-value target. Your mission is to execute the VIP before their reinforcements arrive. This individual's removal will cripple the enemy operations, disrupting their chain of command and eliminating a key asset from the battlefield. Expect the enemy to stall for time, deploying fast-moving elements or defensive tactics to delay your strike. Speed and precision are critical. Do not allow them time to reinforce or extract the target. If you hesitate, they will escape or be reinforced, and this opportunity will be lost. The enemy will control the battlefield at the end of the engagement, meaning there will be no chance for recovery or salvage. This is a surgical strike. Neutralize the target and withdraw before the enemy locks down the area. All right. Well, Alpha Lance is probably the wrong choice here. But we don't have any great options either. So Alpha Lance it'll be. It's fine. It'll buff. So we'll put Alpha Lance on it, confirm, commit, do the things. And so with that, those are the things we're going against. I am going to step away for about 3 minutes. We're about almost 2.5 hours into the stream. Once again, for those of you watching, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. If you haven't already and you're enjoying this, please give the channel a follow. If you're watching this later on YouTube, go ahead and like the video and subscribe to the channel. Hang out for about 3 minutes and I'll be right back. Okay. Well, here we are. So we're going to be going against a champion, a Thunderbolt, a Guillotine, and the Rifleman is who we really need to kill, which is not ideal. Fortunately, they have a bunch of really bad pilots. I mean, I'm always okay with going against a bunch of 6-7 pilots. Makes my job easier. But the game is going to be, or the mission happens tomorrow. So let's go ahead. Let's advance the day. Let's see what happens. And we are now on the correct day. Full moon night. I don't want that. I don't like it. And instead it's a moonless night, which is even worse. Even worse. All right, let's go ahead and start a game. Commence drop. Go. Let everything load in, and then let's go be sad on a moonless night. Because now we just have to close the distance and hope for the best. Right. Well, overall 1 initiative, which is neat. All right, so the Rifleman is the first one to drop in. Let's see about hurting him. And the challenge here is also not dropping where we are immediately going to be running over rubble. Rubble, rubble, rubble. Yeah, that'll be fine. I think maybe... Oh, no. Wolverine's coming in up here. That's unfortunate. And then the crab can come in here. All right, and we lose initiative on that one. Move forward with our happy little awesome. Rifleman is being very nice and closing the distance with us. Being very obliging to us. That, or how far do we get jumping? We do this instead. We can definitely jump instead. Okay, so on our ERPPCs, it will be a 7 to hit. Not too bad because we're using our happy little searchlight, which, man, searchlight's coming on automatically. Much more better. I think when I was playing back in 49, like they didn't come on automatically, and you have to remember to like turn on the spotlight during like your movement phase, and it was a thing. Anyways, 1, 2, I think 2 PPCs going down range should be fine, and then you're out of range for everything with a Victor. An 11 to hit on the large laser is reasonable. And can't really see anything with the Wolverine, but we'll skip that one. Okay, so one of the ERPPCs hits against the left torso, doing 10 damage. Left torso is down to 5. Everything is the awesome from the Rifleman missed. The crab Managed to hit with the large laser into the left torso. That's great. That is down to internal structure only, and we crit on a medium laser. Champion firing on the crab misses. Everybody's at 0 heat. And we win initiative. Yeah, we do that. This poor little rifleman. I feel bad for him. Like, not enough to stop doing what I'm doing, but, like, I feel bad for him. All right, so 8s to hit on the PPCs. I think that he will be behind partial cover. Yeah. And it'll be 10s on the medium lasers, 10 on the AC-20. Go ahead and do the AC-20 because you always miss all the shots you don't take. Single large laser will also be fine. And then ER laser, we can go 2 over without too much of a problem. That should be fine. All right. Oh, champion's carrying precision AC-10 ammo. That's exciting. So the rifleman hits the awesome with a large laser into the right arm. The awesome hits with both of its PPCs, but would have hit the right leg and the left leg, so none of it actually hits. Okay. Guillotine firing at the awesome misses everything. Victor hits with the AC-20. Ooh, man, this pilot deserves a cookie. Oh. The pilot deserves a package of cookies. So AC-20 hits the left torso, destroying the left torso, blowing off the left limb, transferring to the center torso. When it hits the left torso, it crits on 2 locations, critting on the engine and the AC-5 ammo, causing the AC-5 ammo to explode. Then the pilot blacks out. Auto eject does get engaged. Pilot ejects. Mission successful. Okay. Now, I know... So there was a conversation on the Discord channel, I don't know, a few days ago. So when you hit the point of mission success, what do? Do you just hit /victory and call it a day? Or do you engage the enemy AI behavior to like run away? Do you essentially RP it and say, hey, I got to get to the edge of the map and I got to get out of here now? What do you do? For me, most of the time, I'm a lazy bum. I hit /victory and I walk away with my happy victories. The crab also hit the rifleman for the lols, and the Wolverine also hit the rifleman for the lols. We're going to do /victory. Done. Mission success. That was hilarious. All right. No, we don't need the GIF. We'll take the mole. It can get saved yonder. Done. And no, we don't control the battlefield, but that's fine. We came, we saw, we conquered. I do agree with that. So players continuing the fight basically creates a win more situation where the player has already won. But if they continue and wipe the field, they get even more salvage. I think I would agree with that. There was one person who said they have the enemy start fleeing and they give them essentially like 1 round to get away. And then at the end of the next round, Like that's where they end the fight, which I think is also reasonable. One more round to kind of see, hey, what happens right after this. I think it's reasonable, but I think you can go either which way. But that's also kind of the purpose of when you hit /victory of it playing out the rest of the round, so that like you can still do your physical attacks and everything else, versus when you select the option of when you hit /victory, it's like you win now. You have now won. So I don't know. But when I hit the objectives, or I think I've hit the objectives, I hit /victory. And there are definitely some things from like, look, it says destroy 100% or whatever, but I control the field of battle, and this mech has been completely immobilized and this pilot is blacked out. It is very reasonable that you rip that pilot out while they're blacked out, and that counts in my mind. But there are a lot of ways you can kind of get around it or look at doing things. Let's go forward a day. Go forward a day. Okay. And then we go forward a day. Alpha Lance comes home, and there's like nothing to do here. The only thing that happened is we lost 8 points of armor. Okay, whatever. Repair. Thank you. And voila. There's all of that stuff. And while I'm here on this particular mission, I think what might make even more sense would be, so let's go to personnel, mech warriors. Let's make a training lance. So assign a unit, none. Grab one of our green pilots, assign to a unit, pilot, Griffin. And then TONE, because a 3-4 pilot should be good enough to get some of these folks closer. We'll swap this locust out for the spider, or even the other locust. That's fine. And in the briefing room, we'll change you from auxiliary to training. Cool. Advance one more day. Yeah. And let's go ahead and jump into our area of operations. Let's scout around just a little bit more. Charlie Lance, go do something. Keeping on, keeping on. We'll just have Charlie Lance keep wandering around looking for trouble. All that we're missing is people performing maintenance. Somebody had a birthday. They turned 18. Oh, good for them. Charlie Lance is at 1 fatigue now, but that's okay. They'll have a chance to rest soon-ish. Be on the ish. And Sergeant Pato has gone on maternity leave. Should be having her baby soon. Just kind of cruising along right now, trying to see if anything else pops up. Because right now I'm actually not at any victory points because both of these have been essential missions, not turning point missions, which means I haven't gotten any victory points, which is a bit of a bummer. Oh, whoops, I'm a dum-dum. I forgot to drop my training lance. And if you've been playing against the bot for a long time, or you're new to StratCom, or anything like that, the way that training lances work is that you put somebody who's a little bit more experienced in charge of the training lance, and they can train people up, but you have to have them on the area of operations map. If they're not out there, they're not training. But it also means that they're just picking up fatigue and a bunch of other, essentially like debuffs in a way, while they're out there. And when you initially put them on the field, at least it was this way in the last nightly, there is a potential risk that they could trigger an engagement where you drop them, which is annoying. All right, morale update. The enemy is in full retreat, suffering devastating losses and scattered. They pose no significant threat and are incapable of organizing a counterattack. You've completely broken the Op 4. Alliance Command will resolve any remaining objectives at their leisure, though failed objectives will still count against you. The contract will end tomorrow. If the contract was successful, any outstanding payments will be rendered. And we can attempt to buy a Stingray, which is an aerospace fighter. Okay, sure. We have 4 support points. Why not? Our bid was successful. Isn't that exciting? All right, so Minerva got the Drill Instructor Award. They get 2 XP and an edge. So at the end of this, even though technically I didn't keep my campaign victory points above 1, I'm still going to count this as a success. The reason why is I did not lose anything. And had any of these been turning point, I would have gotten a victory point somewhere along the way. It's not my fault that I killed them too fast. Power Sirgon? Power Sirgon. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Had I not killed them too fast, I would have gotten a victory point, I think, in my opinion. I'm going to count it as a success. It's my game. I play it how I want. All right. A couple of jump ships are up. We did get a bunch of vocational XP. Unit market got updated. We'll take a look at that in a second. The enemy is routed. We got a Stingray, which is exciting. Should be mothballed. Oh, you're talking about the victory points? Yeah, that's fair. I think that it's also reasonable. Well, I say this also knowing full well that there will be problems associated with me saying this. It's reasonable that most people should be able to assume, like, hey, the reason why you didn't get this is because you did your job too good, so you can count this as a success. But I know that some people will not be able to put 2 and 2 together, and it can create problems. Oh, whoops. Ally command, formal, blah, blah, blah. Better take a look. Okay, so complete mission. Success. They want their people back. They will give 5,000 C-bills. Yeah, sure. Why not? Nobody wants to leave. People get experience at Edge for a covert ops. We also get a participation medal. And voila. Let's look at the unit market really quick. So, mechs, there's a Stinger. There's a Locust. There's a Victor, but it's the OG Victor. A suburban mech. Suburban mech. It's got PPC, a couple medium lasers, and a small laser. That's funny. A Phoenix Hawk, Stinger, an Ossal, a Wyvern, Catapults, a Vindicator, and this is the one with the ER PPC and the LRM medium laser. So that's not a bad one. It's actually, I'd be kind of cool with that, actually. I might get that. We might get that one. Griffin and a Wasp. So I might pick up some of these really light mechs for cheap, just so that I can train up some of my mech warriors. And I think that we need to take another couple of just like really stupidly easy contracts. Yeah, Catapult C1 is a classic. Absolutely. This, playing a Succession War campaign, this is one of my favorites for just its flexibility. You know, you catapults, and so fun fact, the Wasp 1A was the first recon mech to enter mass production that didn't use prototype equipment. Huh, I didn't know that. Interesting. But yeah, the catapult it's got a lot of flexibility to it. And the nice thing about it, especially in that Succession War period, is it's one of those mechs that you can actually do everything you want with that without getting super hot immediately. Which I like. You know, it's not like gosh, what's a good example? I mean, shoot, even the oh shoot. Gosh, my brain is failing me right now. Why can't I remember? Anyways, you know, even like the crab, right? So if you want to shoot everything on a crab, you're going to be at like what, 6 heat, 7 heat. You do that 2 turns in a row, then you're rolling for an engine shutdown. The catapult, you can just sit there and just chug away, and it's really nice. All right, so we're on Victoria. So contract is done. We got our money. We're at 27 million C-bills. What do we do now? So we can take a look and see if there's anybody who we can really level up. We can do a couple of different things. So you can do the quick train. So quick train, it explains everything right here. So it will attempt to increase anything that has a star in the panel. So for your mech warriors, that's essentially their piloting and their gunnery. It doesn't work on really anything else unless I think you can select other things as well. For your mechanics, administration and the mechanic skill. Why? Because the administration is what deals with that's what deals with how many minutes they have to work on things. So if you're sitting in the repair bay and you're like, man, why does this person only have 380 minutes that they can work on stuff? In 50.10, the number of minutes that you can use that mechanic or mech tech has is determined by their administration skill. Essentially, how good are they at putting stuff together? It does the scouting. It does train scouting skill if they already have scouting skill and advanced scouting is enabled, which I do not have. So if you have advanced scouting enabled, it will also try to train scouting if they already have it. Anyways, to make things easy, quick train, target level 5. And then you can either do singular, so you just do like 1 and done. If you do continuous, it's going to keep on training things until there's no more XP left to use. And voila, nobody was able to be trained. Womp womp. But with that being said and done, where are we? So we are in Victoria, and it has a minor hiring hall here, but we are only a hop, skip, and a jump away from a standard hiring hall, which I think it's reasonable to try to get someplace with a standard hiring haul, especially since we have plenty of time to be able to get there. We have 30 days to get there. We're not doing anything. And it'll cost us 2.6 million C-bills, probably less once we mothball everything, which let's go ahead and show that off. So calculate jump path, begin transit. If you confirm, it'll take the funds for the whole journey. Fine. Let's look at one thing. So 2.7, confirm. So as part of a jump contract, they will mothball everything and unmothball it when we arrive. Yes. Okay. And now it costs 1.7 million. Way easier than in 50.06 and 50.07, where if you want to mothball things, you had to go through and manually mothball all of it and spend like 4 days mothballing all of the things. Okay, cool. So now with that, it will take us 20 days to get there. Let's go ahead and advance a little bit. So advance to a new week. Aw, Corporal Jason Riddy turned 18. Happy birthday, buddy. You know, maybe for you, we'll get you a razor. We'll get you a razor, and then you can shave a little bit. Apparently, you can't afford one. Let's go to a new week. Not a whole lot happens, and then let's go to a new week. All right, and so even when you're landing on friendly, it's very rough out there in the inner sphere in the middle of the clan invasion. Razors hard to come by. Shaving cream, good luck. But man, you made it to 18. Congratulations. So yes, even when you're landing on friendly planets, on planets that you don't have a contract on, your people can still get syphilis. And because the human race is so spread out, the ER pulse laser, look, we don't need to do laser therapy on these folks. Just, a gentle shaving. The ER laser therapy is somewhat permanent in a lot of regards. But yes, to avoid all of your people getting the brand of syphilis on this planet when they're on shore leave, you should inoculate them. Don't worry, it will not give your mech warriors autism if it wasn't already there. Okay, cool. And now we just hang out for about another week, and we go from there. Oh, good. Oh, yes. Well, it is my goal to confuse and alarm people's partners during a stream. That is 100% my goal. They can blame you for that even having been a thing, though. All right, let's go ahead and go for one more week. That way we can get to the new month and see what kind of contracts we have available. Well, before we do that, unit market, there was a couple of things I was going to look at, like the Vindicator. I think I will get this. So we'll get the Vindicator. Let's go ahead and I'll pick up a Locust, and I'll pick up the Stinger. That way we have some stuff to train with, and then we can move on from there. All right, turnover check. Got a couple of security who are thinking about things, but they don't want to leave. And we were unable to reinvest things, but our company commander went out and spent money on things. Yeah, I shortened up the delivery time. So, man, if people give me a hard enough time, I will. You know what? Just for you guys, I'll change it back. Just for you guys. Just for you guys. I'm just going to cry a little bit, and I'll be mad, but it's fine. So when you're putting everything together in logistics, you can change the delivery scale. Oh, you can change the delivery scale, make it days, weeks, or months. So when you do the veteran settings, when you're first starting out, the default is months. The default is months. But in the beginner setting, it is weeks as the default. I am a wuss, and I don't like waiting months for my mechs. I like waiting weeks. So I have it on weeks. And if enough people give me a hard enough time, I might change it to months. Might. Maybe. Let's really quick take a look at the personnel market. There's an Aztec. There's some mechanics. We'll pick up the regular mechanic. There's a green mech warrior who's a 5/5 pilot. It's actually not bad. We'll grab him. We could grab us a military tattoo artist. Then not only can we get the mech syphilis, we can also get the mech C, which is hepatitis C for mech warriors. Always a good time. All right, we got some soldiers. Let's go ahead and pick up some ground crews. That should give us enough that... Let's take a look at vehicles. I like picking up heavy battle mech recovery vehicles. They're a little more expensive, but the ability to drag, it's like you can drag 100 tons and you have a cargo capacity of 70 for mechs. Oh yeah, I always grab them every time. Is so beneficial, so very beneficial. So we'll grab that one. One day we'll be able to get Salvage on a contract. Speaking of that thing, we got no contracts. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Ugh. All right. Let's see what the next month brings. And keep on going. Oh, there are some birthdays. And Corporal McTaggart apparently has a bounty on his head. And a bounty hunter named Alligator attempted to kill him and failed. Yeah, you can spam the GM generate button, but part of it, especially in 50.10, it isn't a bug. It's dependent on your... Where is it? Here it is. So it's dependent on your commander and what their connections are, as well as where you're located. So if you're located in a place that has a standard hiring hall, you have a higher likelihood of contracts being generated. And if you're in an area that you have a good reputation, then you are more likely to have contracts generated, especially depending on what your contact rating is for your commander. So all those things combined increases or decreases your likelihood for contracts being generated, what the quality of contracts are, how much you're getting paid, as well as like what your other things are. And so it might just be like, this month you had no contracts. Nobody wants you. Kick rocks. Next month, everybody wants you. Who knows? And if you go 2 months without getting contracts, they don't like you here. Go someplace else. Okay, great. I'll just go kick rocks over there then. All right, let's keep on going. Like, for serious, the dev team has put in so much work and has done such a phenomenal job with making... you're meant to spend several months between contracts. No contracts is one way that's handled. Yeah. And if I remember correctly, if you go from contract to contract to contract, it starts adding up on the fatigue for your mech warriors. And they need downtime. They need time to chill and not do anything. Okay. Employee turnover check. Same people wanting to leave. They can do whatever they want. And let's see what happens. Okay. Skipped ahead a little too far. Oh, well, that's okay. So our commander was able to put 200 C-bills into the coffers, and meat is cheap. I keep a rotation. Okay. Yes. The people are cheap. And the machines are expensive, especially in fourth succession war kind of time. We've got some people who are available. We have failed some negotiation checks. Yeah. We had some mechs that were delivered, and then Private Malawa had a bounty hunter named Crypto attempt to kill them. Okay. So if you're sitting here wondering, like, man, why, like, what's up with these bounty hunter things? So if you look through, I don't know if there's a way to sort it, but actually, let's just last name Malawa. Where you at? Malawa. So if you look, wanted 10,000 C-bills. Oh yeah. Joanne Punisher over here paying monthly maintenance on her illicit love children. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, some of your people might be wanted depending on where they are. So like this person, they're a pirate. They're wanted. Bounty hunters will try to kill them. And depending on how they roll and a couple other things, they might be killed or they might just be injured. And if they're injured, then you have to deal with that and heal them up. Or they might evade it and nothing happens. But that will happen like every month. They make a roll to see if somebody tries to kill them, and then they make a roll to see if they evade it. If they don't evade it, they make a roll to see how badly they're hurt. It's honestly, it's just a lot of fun. It's a blast. All right, let's see what we have for contracts. Actually, before we do that, unit market. In this, on this campaign, I do want to get more vehicles involved because I want to start using the combat teams a little bit more, but we'll get into that. All right, so there's an awesome, and that's the OG one. There's a bombardier, which is also the OG. Archer, which archers are fine. They're not my favorite though, because you pop off with both the LRM-20s. In 50.11, you will have the ability to extend protection to people with bounties. You pay off the hunters in exchange for not dealing with assassination attempts. I am excited. Every time I am like, man, this game is amazing. They've done an amazing job. I'm not sure what else I would necessarily add. You say something like that, and you just make it even better. Oh, that's so exciting. Okay, and then we have a locust, a blackjack, a wasp, a raven, a dervish, and a trebuchet. All right. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and take a look at those contracts for a second. So who hired us the last time? I should know that. So we were employed by the Federated Commonwealth Alliance. And they are not hiring us, which is unfortunate. But, oh, here we go. So we've got a contract where they'll cover 25% of our transport. They'll give us 50% salvage, and they'll cover 20% of our battle loss, which ain't bad. They do require us to have 8 combat units in play, and it's a 5-month contract, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but I don't have a ton of mech warriors that can do good. But we can risk it. I think we can risk it for the biscuit, and I think we can make it 5 months. Yep, let's see if we can get something a little bit better than 20%. Battle loss, okay. 80% straight support, I'll take that. I can take that. All right, let's go kill us some pirates on Brockway. So we can accept. So enemy reliability is a +2. Your performance was a draw. Enemy forces are wavering. The enemy is losing ground, sustaining significant casualties, and is disorganized. However, they can still put up resistance in isolated areas. Understood. And things can be mothballed. The journey will cost 3 million C-bills. I think we can afford it. We don't need any of those things. Okay. And we did all the things. Yes. Great. Okay. Where are we going? How far does 29 days? We have to wait 29 days. Yeah, the morale update is there are so many amazing things. Since you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, the Salvage update is also huge. Hopefully we can get there. We can play a game and we can kind of show off the Salvage just a little bit. Otherwise, sometime go back and watch the beginning of the stream, and I overview it a little, just a tiny bit, and I'll have more of like a focused tutorial on Salvage on YouTube, hopefully in the next like 24 hours. I have to watch a small human all day tomorrow, so I might not get as much done as I want, but that's fine. All right, so let's go ahead, and it was what, 20 days? 29 days. Let's go forward 29 days. And we'll keep on going. And keep on going. Oh, good. They started maternity leave. Good for you. You deserve that time off. And then Corporal Spressamuto, you turned 18. You look kind of old for 18. You're not aging well. I'm sorry to tell you. I don't know a nicer way to say that, but you're not aging well. We should probably get you some lotion or something. I don't know. All right, we will inoculate all the people. Oh, and we get a resupply right off the bat. Yeah, that's reasonable. We can do that. All right. What do we got? So the one thing we do need to do is we do need to take this out of mothballs. See if we can't use one of the veterans. Yes, that's fine. So personnel, vehicle crews. Forgot to give these people a rank. Whoops. Which, like I said, everybody starts as a recruit, and you get through one mission, and then you can actually get the correct rank. But, oh, actually, I won't have enough for... Oh, no. I won't quite have enough to man the heavy recovery vehicle. So I'll pull somebody off of a different one. Assign a unit, driver... Wait, oh, I will, actually. We're good. If you're like me and you're like, man, how many people does this unit need? Two things you can do. Number one, you can go find it, and it tells you over here. Drivers, 1. Vehicle crew, 4. Or you can be super lazy like me and just highlight all of your people and assign them to said unit. And it's only going to pull the number it needs. Does the rank impact anything other than flavor aside from pay? I actually don't know. I am guessing, nobody's told me this, but my guess, my gestalt is so in, I think, 50.11, from my understanding, they are hoping to do an update on like rank auto advancement and a few other things. And I'm betting that they may tie that into retention as well. It can also decide who's the leader of a unit. Yep, absolutely. So it can decide who's the leader of a unit. So it'll prioritize captain, so on down the rank structure. If everybody is all the same rank, then it will determine it by, I just saw this the other day, by what their skill level is, I believe, or what the primary skill level is. And then after that, it'll determine it by like some other means. Yeah, I don't think it affects retention right now. I don't think so. I think that's for funsies right now. That it shows like days since last promotion, things like that. But I don't think there's anything. Aha. Ilyani says people are less likely to leave if they've recently been promoted. Yeah. There you go. All right. And we are now on the planet. Before I forget, we need to add. Oh, I'm just going to do this because it makes me so happy every time I do this. Go to hangar. Assign to force. Oh, it's so great. And voila, just like that. They're in the correct force. Just, it makes me so happy. It's the small things in life. All right. Assign to unit, tech, tank. Go, Power Ranger. And let's just make sure that we've got everything set up the way we need it. So we just need 4 on front line and 8 total. So we're actually good for right now. The other thing that we can do, how many, do I have enough mech techs? Just chilling right now. I have 3 mech techs chilling. So with that being done, mechs, let's take these 3 out of mothballs. You 3 can figure it out. So I think, my opinion, so how do I say this? The way that it shows now reflects essentially what their workload, how much workload they have across a certain amount of time. The amount of minutes they have to work on stuff each day is dependent on their administration. And if they don't have enough time in one day, it does shift to the next day if they have multiple things that they're trying to maintain. And you do get warnings if somebody doesn't have enough time essentially in a week in order to maintain all the things they have. But you still have a rough idea of, hey, how long, like how much time do they spend on this stuff? So in a week, this dude needs 360 minutes to work on this awesome. I don't want to assign him to much else right now because it's going to take him a while to work on all that stuff. Some of these people might end up at 720 minutes or 1,000 minutes. If they get up to 1,000 minutes, it's going to be hard for them to do anything else during the week. So I think that sacrificing that super clear delineation for that kind of increased variation, I am a big fan of it, personally. Everybody's different, though. Oh, yeah, there you go. And it's kind of tough, too, because if you don't have it moved over all the way, then all you see is the name of the things. And you got to extend it out to show how many minutes they're working on the things. Yeah, the default is 4 times. So you can change the multipliers for how much time they spend on stuff. So yeah, I think you're right. The default is 4 times. And so it's maxed out to start off with. You can also change if you want an easier game to not make things as difficult. You can change what the modifier is in the settings from your campaign settings. Where is it? It's like under logistics, I think. But you can change that. And in the basic or beginner setting, it is automatically set to, I think, -2, I want to say. Yeah, so your maintenance modifier for a veteran setting is 0. If you want to make it easier, set a -2. If you want to make it even harder on yourself for whatever reason, just crank it up for if you hate yourself. But yeah, and then if you have all veteran and elite people, maybe you want to set that modifier to only like 2 times. That way they're not spending as much time repairing the stuff. All right. So now we can just go forward a day. So our objectives here, we have to locate, capture, or destroy a designated facility twice. We need to locate people twice. And we need to not lose control of these facilities. I don't know what the enemy facilities are, but whatever they are, we need to prioritize destroying them. Otherwise, things snowball really fast. If they have like a 2-tank bases, then they send tank reinforcements every single game or every single match, and then before you know it, you're fighting an extra 4,000 or 5,000 BV and just tanks. Don't ask me how I know. All right, well, didn't see it that time around. Okay, so we finished activating the things. So let's go ahead and assign our mech techs to those. And voila, there's that. And then we can grab some mech warriors and assign them to our newly discovered. You know, I just need to grab all my new people and make sure that they have the right rank. There we go. Right. Mech warriors. Gerber, gerber, gerber. So you're no longer injured. You can get back into your mech at some point, but you can hop into a locust. You can hop into a stinger. And honestly, you can hop into that vindicator. So what I'm doing is I'm just assigning these folks to a training lance, so that they can hopefully get a little bit better and not suck quite as much. So we'll grab the Locust and the Stinger and assign them both to Bravo Lance. Yeah, absolute shock between my last two contracts. Went from a single sector to 4, requiring a maneuver unit, to 50 total and 25 on patrol. That is rough. That is oof. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the area of operations is not just this. You can have multiple sectors down here that you have to patrol in as well. It can snowball, and it happens. All right, well, the Hermes went down in quality a little bit. Some things went up in quality. A lot of things stayed the same, though. Okie dokes. Charlie Lance came home. Let's keep on wandering. Wander. And once we deploy Charlie Lance, we'll get Bravo Lance out as well so that they can start doing some training. Aha! Hostile mech base. Okay, good to know. Let's get Bravo Lance out there. And let's go ahead. Let's see here. Alpha Lance. Yeah, for sure. We'll go ahead and deploy Alpha Lance to her. So the training deployment, that is a great question. Hold on one second. So if we go to glossary, on the left-hand side, we scroll all the way down to where we see training combat teams. This is new in 50.10. So this is a way for you to train up new pilots, because with advanced medical, injuries are a lot more common and they last for a lot longer. So that means that you need a deeper pool of mech pilots, because what we saw in one of my last missions, one pilot gets one hit and they suddenly have a compound fracture taking 30 days to heal. You need somebody else. So training combat teams help to ensure that you are training up new mech warriors. The mech warrior who's leading the training combat team, they can bring people up to one skill level below what they are at to a maximum of 3. Their skill and training determines a little bit about what kind of rolls they're making, and depending on those rolls and what their training skill is, the margin of success can improve. And that margin of success gives essentially time multipliers. So average, barely made it one time, so you get essentially, you move up by one rung. If you are spectacular, you train twice as fast. And this is determined every single Monday. They make a new roll. And so it takes an average of 35 days to go from a level 0 to a level 1, 70 from a 1 to a 2, and so on, to work on increasing their skills. But in order for that to work, you have to have a training lance deployed on the area of operations map. And every single week that they're working, they are gaining more and more fatigue, as long as you have that enabled. So I have a whole bunch of ultra green and green people. I need them to be better. So we're going to train them. All right, so we have a turning point. Oh, good deal. Oh, this is not too bad. So we've got Alpha Lance out there. We've got an attached ally, which is a 2-3 pilot and a Crusader. The base defenses, they have, heavy bombard turret, an assault missile turret, and a light laser turret. The Op 4 is chilling in a bunch of tanks, as well as a couple of mechs. So they've got Manticore and a Vedette and an LRM carrier. Again, those things can be scary, man. You know, when you're just rolling around with like 4 or 5 LRM 20s, like things are bad. Things can get bad. They've got a Battle Master, another Vedette, a couple of Goblins, and a couple of foot platoons. Then the Mech Garrison is bringing a couple of Stingers, a Firestarter, and Wyvern. But our friends are kind enough to be bringing a Shadowhawk, Guillotine, Banshee, and Awesome, all with 2-3 pilots. Whew. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be totally fine. And they have local fixed defenses. I have questions, but okay. Cool. Cool. Well, I think we'll play this one out, and then we might call it there for the night after that. But there's light snowfall in the middle of daylight. A hidden enemy control facility has been identified for destruction. This installation is too valuable to remain in enemy hands, and its defenders must be eliminated to ensure it is no longer operational. Your mission is to destroy at least 75% of the defending forces. This is not an occupation. This is an eradication. The priority is destruction, not capture. Do not concern yourself with securing the facility. The enemy will fight to protect this installation, but their defenses will crumble under sustained pressure. Crush their forces, level their defenses, and ensure that when this battle is over, the facility is of no use to anyone. The victor will control the field of battle at the end of the engagement. If the facility remains salvageable after the assault, we will destroy it. The enemy will be left with nothing but ruins. Execute with overwhelming force and leave no doubt who owns the battlefield. So, because there is a mech base, it will be defended by an additional force of enemy mechs. The facility is destroyed if we destroy 75% of the turrets. The employer has deployed an observer to monitor your performance. Destroy or rout 75% of the defending forces, to include the pirate mech garrison and the Op 4. Destroy or cripple 75% of the pirate defenses, or you can leave intact the pirate defenses. And then the same thing. You just need to destroy or cripple or force withdrawal of 75% of the mech garrison or the Op 4. So, the way and this is covered, if you go into Docs StratCon, there's this happy StratCon fact for people who get a little confused. It's a text document. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but I found it really useful. So these missions always get a little confusing because, like, do I have to destroy the turrets? Do I not destroy the turrets? Like, what do I do? The way I look at it, for me and my games, anything that has victory points associated with it, that is a must-do objective. You cannot fail that. Anything that does not have victory points is like gravy. And especially with these, either you destroy the turret or you don't destroy the turret. It doesn't matter. But if there are no more mechs, then there's nobody there to help defend the turrets, and all you do is you walk in and you kill the people. I don't care if the turrets are still standing. I don't even care if they're still shooting at me. If I kill all the mechs, I can go in and destroy the turrets, which means I do this objective right here, and I hit /victory. That's what I do. Let's start it. Let's go. All right, so this is step 1 in the new salvage mechanic. So when you are getting ready to go into a fight, if you will control the field of battle at the end, you need to make sure that you have a salvage lance that is available for you. You select your salvage lance, and you can see you get up to 5 picks. The maximum cargo that you can take, so the maximum tonnage on somebody is 100. The maximum tow is 70. So the biggest tank that I can grab is a 70-ton tank. All right, so I select that. I hit confirm. In order for this to work, you also need to bring some techs with you. As I said earlier, these techs have the potential to get hurt. How many techs do you need to bring? Let me show you. This is straight out of the campaign ops book. So the unit recovery timetable, if you're recovering a single mech, it takes about 60 minutes, give or take a little bit. Proto-mech 20 minutes, so on and so forth, all the way down the line. Now, you're not going to be able to probably pull like a super heavy vehicle. You're not grabbing a large naval vessel. You're not salvaging a drop ship or a jump ship or anything like that. But this is useful for your vehicles and your mechs. So how many things do you need to take? Well, I know the most things I can grab is 5. So if I look back at that, the screenshot or at the table, I can take 5 things maximum. Each one takes 60 minutes. I need 300 minutes of time. I normally bring a couple of techs just in case. Even if a tech is hurt doing this, they finish doing the job and then they get hurt. So I grab 2. I always grab people who don't have units. That way, if they get hurt, I don't care. And it doesn't matter if they're a mechanic or a mech tech. You just need somebody who has skills to be able to essentially hook up a hoist and drag. You hit confirm, you hit OK, and then you move on. And voila. And so then when everything's all done, you'll end up with a screen that is fairly similar to the original. So it's similar to this one. A little different, but similar-ish. And essentially you see what is salvageable and what escaped. And then on a different screen, you have to assign different recovery vehicles and determine, are you taking it or does your ally take it? We'll get to that at the end of this, though. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff. There's a lot of BV on the table. Let's see what happens. And you know what? I forgot to load the my preferred MegaMek settings, but that's okay. I'll do that before the next stream. All right. Well, what to do, what to do. How nice of a building did they put the bombard turret on? CF-48, that was awful nice of them. Awful nice. Well, this Crusader is going to be all by his lonesome for a while, for a turn. So I think we start there. It is so fascinating to me that the game decided to populate allied and enemy stationary defenses. I kind of feel like I should have gotten rid of the allied ones. Because that's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Yes, we're going to put an enemy bombard turret next to an enemy missile turret, which is right next to, what is this? A Kingfisher Lance. Fair. You know what? That's a really good idea. I like that. So I always justified allied fixed defenses as commandos being sent in before the attack and taking control of them. Okay, I can get behind that. This is still hilarious, though. I am excited to see this entire building collapse. All right, well, with that, I think that we avoid that water and that bridge, because I know what's going to happen. We'll go there. That'll be fine. We'll keep everybody pretty tight. You know what? I just realized that one of my objectives was not to keep the Crusader alive. So this is good. All right, well, let's just go for a walk. So this is something else I found out recently that I didn't know before. So when I had always played like Battletech on tabletop, I didn't delve into the really like the nitty-gritty rules or anything like that. I just played with the basic rule set, and that was it. So my first time playing with a lot of the more advanced rules, things from the BattleMech manual, all that stuff, is playing with MekHQ and MegaMek. And so with that, I never dealt with jumping on high G planets. And so something I didn't know that oh good, we can hit it. 4 to hit, I am happy to do that. And its BV was a whole whopping 48. So 2 PPCs this turn. But jumping on high G planets, oftentimes you have to make a piloting skill roll. And I always thought it was interesting, if you're on like a 1.05 G planet, you miss a piloting skill roll, and you wouldn't take damage. I thought for a long time, is this a mistake? What is this? No, it's literally just that the gravity on that planet is not high enough to require you to take damage even on a fail. But on a little bit higher gravity planet, nope, it would be high enough and you would take damage. So, yeah. Some of the rules in TAC Ops, I am amazed at what rules existed that people would do on tabletop. It takes a lot of dedication to have enacted all of that. And good on other people for doing that, because I am not that patient. I have not been paying attention to how many things are shooting at this turret. But it's a bunch. And it should be, well, hold on. So
10, 20. Plus 8 is 28. Plus another 16. Yeah, we need more. Need more. TAC Ops is sometimes referred to as the MegaMek rules manual. I could see that. And, having to then interpret those rules and put them into a digital format that is then interpreted by Java, that is then has a user interface, just the ingenuity involved behind that is incredible. All right, so the light laser turret firing at the Battlemaster needed ones, and this is a surprise. It hit on a 1. It hit the 1. So 5 damage center torso, 5 damage to the left arm, 3 damage to the right leg, and 3 damage to the right arm. Awesome. Hits with both the ERP PCs. Is down 28 CF. Heavy Shredder turret against the Battlemaster. Hits. SRM6 hits with 206 with 2 to the right torso and 2 to the right arm. Hits with another 5 missiles doing 2 to the left leg, 2 to the left arm, 2 to the right leg, and 2 to the head, and then 2 to the left turret, left torso. Another 4 missiles hit, doing 2 more damage to the head, 2 to the right leg, 2 to the center torso, and 2 to the left leg. And then light shredder turret into the LRM carrier. Hits with 1 missile into the right side. Misses with 1 LRM. Misses with 1 SRM2. And then another missile goes into the right side. Heavy bombard turret towards the Crab. Misses. Crab hits the building. Light flak turret into the LRM carrier. Hits with an LBX2, doing 1 damage to the right rear. Of course, naturally is firing cluster ammo. And then hits with 2 more pellets, doing a damage to the right side, and another damage to the right side, stunning the crew for 1 turn. That was one heck of a pellet. Vedette firing at the Victor misses. Wolverine hits with 1 of its ER large lasers, misses with the other one. Assault turret firing at the Awesome hits with 10 of its 10 LRMs. Oof. Doing 5 damage to the left leg and 5 damage to the center torso, missing with all the other LRMs. The light sniper turret firing at the Vedette hits with an ACU and AC2 into the turret, and then again into the front. Machine gun into the left turret and machine gun into the center torso, critting without effect. And then weapons fire for the Crusader missed. Oh, no, sorry. Hit, but I didn't realize we were firing. Oops. Okay, cool. Fragmentation missiles. My bad. Finally, the Battlemaster took over 20 damage. Fell. Takes 10 damage, 5 to the right arm, 5 to the rear left torso. But the pilot avoids taking damage. All right, the Stinger kicked a building. Good job, man. You didn't miss. Everybody's at 1 or 0 heat. Team loses initiative. We'll just keep on going for a walk. Well, actually. That'll be fine. This should all be fine. All right, so just kind of closing the distance. Nothing too crazy happening here. The Battlemaster tried to get up, fell, damaged his left leg and his right arm. Pilot avoided taking damage, and then it successfully stood up. I think a couple more ERP PCs will do a world of good. That should pretty much solve the problem of that turret. Skip the Victor, just in case a PPC miss. Ooh, actually, 9s. We'll yeet with a 9. That'll be fine. And then we'll send an ER large laser downrange just in case one of those PPCs misses. And from our handy Crusader, 9s to hit should be fine. We'll just do one of the LRMs. Luckily for us, it's cold, so we won't gather quite as much heat. All right, both ERPPCs hit. Building is destroyed. Light laser turret, again, hits the Battlemaster without too much of a problem, doing 5 damage to the left torso, 5 damage to the right leg, 3 damage to the left torso, and 3 damage to the left arm. The Shredder turret also hits the Battlemaster with a whole pile of missiles. 2 damage to the left arm, right torso, left torso, right torso, left torso, right arm, right leg, center torso, center torso with a critting on the engine, center torso, and the head. Head is down to 3 armor, and this poor pilot has taken 3 hits. Ha! My crab hit with the large laser, doing heavy motive damage. It is now having half MP and +3 to skill rolls. The light shredder turret against the LRM carrier hits with an SRM. I forgot to change the ammo on the LRM. Oops. Immobilizing it, which is great. Also hits the right side again, and the right rear. Wolverine fired at the building, which is already collapsed. I don't care if you missed. It's okay, bud. Vedette hits the crab with an AC-5 into the right torso. Flak turret firing at the LRM carrier. Hits with a pellet into the right side, another pellet into the right rear. The assault turret firing at the Awesome hits with 12 LRM missiles, doing 5 damage to the right leg, 5 damage to the left torso, and would have critted the center torso, but instead we re-roll it with edge, and 2 damage goes to the left leg. And missed the LRM carrier anyways. The Crusader for the sniper turret firing at the enemy Stinger. AC2 hits the left arm, and AC2 hits the left arm, and hits with a machine gun into the right leg. Heavy bombard turret went away because it collapsed, and Battlemaster stays standing. I don't think we need to kick a random building. As much fun as that sounds. Everybody's at 0 heat. And our team loses initiative once again. And we're kind of in the middle of the pack for our team. So we'll just keep lumbering along. Eventually we'll join the fight. Whoops. Is there any easy way to see what arc you're hitting when declaring attacks? I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so. You might be able to see. Yeah, I don't think so. Somebody else might know better than me if there is an easy way to see what arc you're hitting. But I just don't know. For me, especially with the current firing table or hit table, I don't find that it matters too much unless you're firing into the rear arc. At that point in time, I kind of know if I'm in the rear arc. For everything else, I don't find that it matters very much unless you're using the playtest hit table. Because if you're shooting at the right side, like a full third of your hits go to the left side anyways. So, tell you what, when I get to the attack phase, I'll let you know in just a second. Well, that's not. I don't see it. It doesn't mean it's not there, but I don't see it. But I mean, I agree with Ilyani. It's something where you just kind of need to know the rules, and a lot more of it pertains to even when you're doing movement. And also, like I said, I don't notice a lot of difference because so many of the hits from the left side table go to the right side and the right side table go to the left side. Even if I put myself on the right side, the way I roll, I know I'm going to be hitting the opposite side half the time. So, let's shoot at a Manticore. Out of range of everything, so it won't do anything there. Let's see if we can't hurt a Vedette. And then a couple of large lasers. And that should be about it. Why don't we go ahead and swap to LRM ammo? You know, the regular stuff. Do that and call it good. Let's just see what happens. So the Awesome hits with one of the ERP PCs into the Manticore, doing moderate damage to the motive system. The light laser turret firing at the enemy Stinger does 5 damage to the right leg, 5 damage to the right torso, 3 damage to the left torso, and 3 damage to the center torso, critting without effect. The Shredder turret firing at the Battle Master dumps a whole bunch of SRMs into him, doing 2 damage to the left leg, 2 damage to the left arm, center torso, left arm, left leg, center torso, left leg, right torso, left arm, center torso. Oof. Man, this guy's having a bad day. We do hit the Vedette with the Crab. One large laser goes straight into the turret. The Shredder turret firing at the LRM carrier puts 1 SRM into the right side. It's down to 3 internal structure. Another one into the right side. And then another one into the right side, destroying the LRM carrier. The Vedette shoots at the Crab and misses. Wolverine fires an ER large laser at the Vedette, immobilizing it after hitting the right rear. Flak turret firing at the LRM carrier. I think it's the same one, so it doesn't matter. And then the assault turret firing at the Awesome hits with an LRM 10, doing 5 damage to center torso, 3 damage to center torso. And then another 12 missiles hit, doing 5 damage to left arm, 5 damage to left torso, and 2 damage to the right arm. Then another 15 missiles hit, doing 5 damage to the left leg, 5 damage to the left arm, and another 5 damage to the left leg. Ouch. Crusader missed with everything. Vedette missed the Wolverine. Sniper turret firing at the enemy Stinger. Hits the right arm with an AC-2, and then also blows off the left arm with an AC-2. Wow. That's a bummer. And then the Manticore fires a PPC at the Awesome, needing a 10, rolls a 10, hits the left arm. Oof. Then needed a 4 to stay standing, rolled a 3. The Awesome falls, doing 9 damage, 5 damage to the left torso, and 4 damage to the left arm. The Battlemaster, however, does stay standing. Womp womp. All right, I don't think we need to kick our own Awesome. The Stinger kicks a building, and the Battlemaster kicks a building, and the Firestarter kicks a building. One of the LB2Xs jammed. Yeah, the 3. It's great. So great. We did win initiative, though, so that's nice. I think this is proof to us that we need to deal with that stupid assault missile turret. All right, can we roll a 3? We rolled a 3. So let's just keep closing the distance and hoping for the best. Like, all their pilots suck, but even bad pilots can make shots, as was demonstrated by, oh gosh, that Manticore. Awesome managed to stand up. And what? CF-48. There is only one answer. Pew, pew, pew. So close and yet so far away. Let's go down to the Crusader first. Okay, so we can dump all of the LRM-15s into it. That should be enough to deal with it, I hope. But just in case... I think we put the ER large lasers and the SRM into the Vedette, and then we'll use the Crab to just put a large laser into the building as a just in case. Maybe a medium laser too, you know. Overkill is underrated. Light laser turret firing at the Stinger. Enemy Stinger. Long story short, right arm is not doing well. The left torso is destroyed, blowing off the left arm. And then hits the center torso with destroying the rest of the armor, critting without effect. Hit with all 3 ERPPCs into the building, killing the crew. So, definite overkill happening now. The heavy shredder turret continues to dump SRMs into the Battlemaster. in 2 damage clusters, damage in the left leg, left torso, right arm, left torso, right torso, right arm, center torso, right leg, right leg, right leg, right leg. Man, that poor little Battlemaster. Oh, ouch. The Light Shredder turret hits with an SRM, one single SRM into the Stinger. Would have hit the left arm, doesn't exist, so it goes to the left torso. That also doesn't exist, so it goes to the center torso, critting on 3 locations, doing 2 gyro hits and an engine hit. Then another 2 missiles into the center torso and right torso, and another missile into the center torso, destroying the Stinger. Crusader destroys the building with his LRMs. Stinger shot at the crab and missed. Light flak turret also hit the Stinger. The enemy Wyvern shot at our crab and missed. Our Wolverine hits with its ER large laser twice, hitting the right side in the turret, missing with the SRM-6. Assault turret again hits the Awesome a bunch of times. Critting on the left shoulder and a double heat sink in the left arm. Left arm is out of armor. Then the light sniper turret also shot the Stinger a whole bunch. The Manicore, hits the crab with a PPC in the right arm. Then the SRM-6 hits with 5 of the 6 missiles. I mean, come on. It rolled an 11 and an 11. It's a bummer. Damage in the left torso, right arm, left torso, and center torso. And then the LRM-10 also hits, doing 5 damage to the left torso and 1 damage to the right torso. Manticores are great tanks. Crab hurt a turret. We lost the turret. They lost the turret. Everybody stays standing. I don't think we need to attack random buildings. Our Wolverine is at 6 heat. Our Awesome is at 9. We did win initiative, which is great. Yeah, fighting against Manticores is less than ideal. Fighting with Manticores is much more ideal. Especially on a map like this one, where it's nice, flat, open terrain. You've got some buildings to bounce in between. Like this is like the Manticore's bread and butter. Not quite what I was hoping for, but we'll just close on the Vedette. All right, this Wyvern is actually almost a problem because it is a challenge to get its heat to a point where you can use the mask. And tell you what, guys, if you haven't noticed, my voice is really going out. I'm probably not going to talk a lot more, and I'll just slowly scroll through things so you can read it, unless there's something really exciting. So forgive me for not narrating quite as much as normal. Well, we'll get through this battle, and then we'll be done for the night. So the Vedette's taking some damage. Fortunately, they can't shoot very well, so we're not taking a lot yet. The Battle Master continues to take a beating. That poor Vedette is just in a bad place. Wolverine just had a bad day. Center torso is down to... Sorry, the Stinger just had a bad day. Center torso is down to 2. Left leg is down to 1. And we crit on the lower leg and the foot. Manicore hits the crab with the PPC, doing 10 damage to the left arm. Then the light laser turret hits the crab in the left leg with a medium laser. Oh, good. But the Crusader does manage to hit the Manicore with a total of 21 missiles. Mostly doing damage to the turret in the right rear. Stinger falls, does 2 damage to the left torso, critting on the heatsink and the jump jet. But pilot does not take any damage. And finally, the Vedette goes boom. Now, if only that Manicore would also go boom. Or at least, if we would crit on his PPC, that would be great. This crab's in a bad spot. Stinger tries to get up and fails. He's like held together with duct tape and bubble gum. See if we can't put some hurt on the Manticore. The Battle Master is being the damage sponge that it is. The Awesome destroys the Stinger by taking out the center torso. The Light Shredder turret does more damage to the second Vedette. It's still immobile. Light Laser turret misses the Crab. Crab unfortunately misses the Manicore with everything. Goblin misses the Crusader. Wolverine misses the Manicore as well. Crusader does hit the Manticore with 9 missiles, damaging the motive system, this Manticore still is shooting us with PPCs. I don't think he's missed his PPC once yet this game. And the Battlemaster stays standing. So as we're getting closer to the end of this fight, if you guys are still watching, if you've been enjoying the stream, even with, the gravel of a voice, I would really appreciate it if you gave the stream a follow, the channel a follow, if you haven't already. I'd love to have you guys tune back in next time. The next stream should be Friday evening. And then the next stream after that will probably be Sunday evening. We'll shoot to have 2 to 3 streams a week still going forward. I have some family coming to town early next week, so the next stream after that will probably be pushed out to Thursday. If you guys can't catch the stream, I always put the VODs up on YouTube. It's under the same name. There's also a link down below. There will also be some other stuff coming out on YouTube that if you guys are interested in, please take a look. And yeah, just thanks again for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And if you know anybody else who enjoys this kind of content, just kind of hanging out, watch some Battletech, MegaMek, tell them about the channel. More people is always better. This Victor is perpetually 1 hex away from being able to shoot. Down to just fragmentation ammo for the LRMs. Immobilize the Manticore, that'll make things easier. The Wyvern on the enemy team starts taking some hits from the laser turret. Firestarter also takes some hits. Nothing too crazy this time around. win initiative. And our friends arrive. We'll get there and get out of sight of the mana core for a little bit. We can go to 8 over for one turn. So the Battlemaster is still taking hits from the turret. Mana Core is still taking hits from us. We do hit with all 3 ERP PCs. Firestarter loses a leg. And then... Alright, Mana Core is destroyed. Finally, we can stop being tortured by that PPC. Oh, man. Victor AC-20 missed on the building. All right. This Battlemaster is going to go down one day. I don't know when, but it will. Speaking of which, the Battlemaster pilot blacks out, which is good for us. And the Firestarter falls. Got a little bit more that we have to kill. Ilyani, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you next time. You also have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Oh, don't do that. Oh, the poor fire starter can't get up because he doesn't have a leg. See if we can't hurt the goblin a little bit. Hey, I think it's Power Seergon. Thank you so much for joining. Hopefully you can join us next time. Stream should be about the same time on Friday. Just do all that. All right, Battlemaster lost a leg. The Goblin takes a shot from the PPC. This Battlemaster is just hanging out for life. So we need to get down to 4, and the garrison need to be down to 3 units or less. Battle Master is finally gone. All right, that's the last one we needed. Go ahead and type victory. Yeah, that's always a nice surprise when they do eject. What's not a nice surprise is when your allies overkill them to the point where there's no salvage. All right, so now we can look at this. So this looks the same. This looks the same. You just say what is or is not recoverable. You can change this like you did. So I think it's reasonable. You can go a couple of different ways. Like you can treat them as though they surrendered. But I think it's also reasonable that they could have tried to slip out. I'm okay with treating it that way for right now. That's actually pretty accurate. We didn't do very much that game. That's fine. It's all fine. So now when you hit finished, you get a new window. This is everything that could have been salvaged. And so you have to assign different vehicles. So you can assign all of your vehicles to recover different things. And then based on your salvage percentage, you can select different items. Now, the one big difference is you cannot go over on salvage at all. It will not let you proceed. And I think we'll call that good. All right. And with that, I think we'll call it here. A much longer stream than normal, but we had people here and talking, so I wanted to keep it going. Thank you all so much for joining. I really appreciate it. Like I said, the next stream will be on Friday, about 8 o'clock Central. If you haven't already followed the channel, I really appreciate it if you would. If you have anybody else who might enjoy this, please tell them about it. Otherwise, we'll see you on Friday, and everybody take it easy. If you celebrate Thanksgiving, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Take care.